Stiles and Chris Watkins.
Yes. On a Friday. And it sure does feel like a Friday.
Big time.
Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Nate Littlefield behind the glass for us today as we take you into your weekend, or maybe your weekend has already started. And we begin here as we break down everything we have for you in the next 4 hours with world number one golfer Scottie Scheffler and the whole situation that happened. And it was bizarre. It was random. And, Chris, we'll continue to break this thing down. But what were your initial thoughts? And I mean, I wake up and Dave said it broke when he was driving in. Obviously, I'm dealing with toddler Stiles.
Right.
In-laws are in town. I'm trying to read stuff. So before we can get to the audio a little bit later,
sure.
But why don't you just give an initial for anybody who's just getting in their car, who's just grabbing their coffee, why don't you give an initial breakdown of what in the world happened?
Well, I mean, I'm still trying to piece it together myself.
As far as you know.
Yeah, it just seems like Scottie Scheffler this morning was trying to get into the Valhalla Golf Club and as he was, I guess the golfers were instructed to do something very specific where, I guess there's security checkpoints. They show the media badge. They're supposed to be let through all this stuff. There was an incident this morning where somebody got hit by one of the shuttle buses. I believe that person has since passed. And so there was just different security measures. I guess they had to funnel traffic a different direction. And so there was actual police presence there instead of what Scottie thought, I guess, was initially security. And so there was a misunderstanding or a miscommunication of what exactly needed to be done in that moment. Scottie Scheffler was under the impression he could just flash his media badge, drive on through. Since, the police were there for a tragic incident, there was kind of seemed to be some sort of heightened sense of security. And, I think from there, things just kind of spiraled. And, ESPN had Jeff Darlington on the scene, and he really is the one who's been breaking down everything because he was actually there when the arrest happened. So, he's got more further detail, but it just sounds like it was insane. I mean, that's not something that I think, David described it like the OJ situation. In a way, I definitely understand that because it's just not something you expect to wake up to.
Right. Yeah. And at first you're thinking, okay, I know when I first saw it, it's talking about Scottie Scheffler, and I think it was CNN.com or wherever who sent a push notification, and you got them from multiple, and all of the titles and headlines were different. So when you first read it, it just talks about Scottie Scheffler, and he was put in jail,
right?
And now he has, what is it, two counts of this and 3 counts of that, and you're thinking, whoa, Scottie Scheffler, what's the situation here? And then you read through and you see what actually happened. Yeah, faces charges of second-degree assault of a police officer, third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding traffic signals from an officer directing traffic. The assault charge is a felony. The others are misdemeanors. So that was the headline for a lot of these news outlets, and it didn't really break down how we got there. But here is Jeff Darlington kind of breaking down the situation.
Entering Valhalla Golf Club this morning, we witnessed a car pull around us that was Scottie Scheffler was in the car. To be very clear about the details here, Scottie Scheffler has been detained by police officers, placed in the back of a police vehicle in handcuffs after he tried to pull around what he believed to be security, ended up being police officers. They told him to stop. When he didn't stop, the police officer attached himself to the vehicle. Scheffler then traveled another 10 yards before stopping the car. The police officer then grabbed at his arm, attempting to pull him out of the car before Scheffler eventually opened the door, at which point the police officer pulled Scheffler out of the car, pushed him up against the car, and immediately placed him in handcuffs. Scheffler was then walked over to the police car, placed in the back in handcuffs, very stunned about what was happening, looked toward me as he was in those handcuffs and said, "Please help me." He very clearly did not know what was happening in the situation. It moved very quickly, very rapidly, very aggressively. He was detained in that police vehicle for approximately 20 minutes. The police officers at that point did not understand that Scottie Scheffler was a golfer in the tournament, nor, of course, that he is the number one player in the world.
Wow.
There's a lot there.
There is a lot there.
Yeah. And as we just saw too, Scottie Scheffler just parred the first hole. I guess he started on the back nine, so he's got 3 birdies already today, which is pretty incredible considering the day that he's already had. So the fact that he, is able to kind of power through that and still put together a good performance. Obviously, there's still 2 more days after this, but the fact that I don't know what my mental state would be like if I had started my day at 5 a.m. In a cell and then, a couple hours later end up on one of the nicest golf courses in the world. That's got to be quite an interesting transition. So, that's definitely something we're going to monitor throughout the rest of this day. But that situation just sounds absolutely insane. And I think we have audio of Jeff Darlington actually on the scene when the arrest actually happened. Jeff Darlington pulled out his phone and recorded the incident of Scottie Scheffler being arrested. And obviously the audio might not do the video justice, but even then you can kind of hear how crazy it was on the scene as Darlington's trying to tell the cops. He doesn't fully ever get it out, but you can hear him almost saying like, guys, no, like you don't understand. Like that's the number one golf. Not only is that like somebody who's here, that's the number one golfer in the world.
Right.
That audio is just absolutely insane. So, I definitely recommend if you have time, definitely go watch the video because it's really, really crazy. But here's how it sounded from Jeff Darlington on the scene.
Guys.
Dude, step back. Back up.
I'm back. I'm back.
Your game one, right?
Yeah, that's a 15. Okay.
Guys.
What do we tell you?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail.
Okay.
He's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it. Period. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you have
First,
a question?
I'm media. I'm a reporter. Okay. So that's all.
That's fine.
I just want to make sure that's
okay.
known.
But you need to step back over here now.
No problem. You got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so as you can hear there, that's another officer kind of telling him, hey, it doesn't matter whatever you're going to say, it doesn't matter, he's getting arrested. But just a really, really wild situation. I'm sure more is going to come out of it. But something that a lot of people have now started to talk about as well is the fact, as you mentioned, one of the charges he's facing is second-degree assault of a police officer. You hear Jeff Darlington in the initial audio we heard describing how, the officer had attached him to the vehicle. I'm still a little unclear as to what that exactly means. Did he handcuff himself to the vehicle, or did he just, maybe grab the inner handle and kind of got dragged a bit? But I guess in the police report, this is a direct quote from the police report. It says, Detective Gillis, who is the officer that attached himself to the vehicle, stopped subject and attempted to give instruction. Subject refused to comply and accelerated forward, dragging Detective Gillis to the ground. Detective Gillis suffered pain, swelling, and abrasions to his left wrist and knee. He was transported to the hospital for further medical treatment by emergency medical professionals. Detective Gillis's uniform pants, valued at approximately $80, were damaged beyond repair. And so, to my understanding, that is what the second-degree assault is referring to.
Crazy.
Absolutely nuts. What a Friday. What a way to start a Friday.
Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, I'm just getting caught up on everything too. I mean, it's just super random and basically just like Dave said, I think it'll probably end okay. All's well that ends well, and Scotty is, on the course now, and I think it'll just kind of not be funny in a couple weeks or whatever, but at least everybody will just move on from it. But yeah, quite bizarre. And to be honest, I don't know where I want to go with this. Yeah. You know what I mean? So especially on a Friday, I think we're just gonna. I
saw people wearing shirts of his.
They're already out.
Oh yeah,
they're already out.
They're already on the course.
They're on. I don't know how. That Etsy sure is quick.
It's incredible.
Or a 3D printer or something. All right. When we return, any thoughts? 916-339-1140, call line, text line, SAC chat. We will see how this thing progresses, but I honestly think it won't be a footnote at the end of the weekend, but it will be something that will be discussed moving forward just to try to avoid situations like that. The best words in sports coming up next. Game 7. Stiles and Watkins, Sacramento Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts report at a frosty 29 degrees. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
The countdown to Miss Twin Peaks 2024 is on. Head over to MissTwinPeaks2024.com to learn about the contest and cast your 5 votes for your favorite Twin Peaks girl.
Hi, everyone. It's Emron Pilati, host of the True Sports Card Show here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday at 10 a.m. Would you like a chance to meet Ricky Henderson, Dennis Rodman, Johnny Manziel, Randy Johnson, Frank Thomas, Vlad Guerrero Sr., Dave Stewart, and our favorite Malik Monk, and meet over 90 sports card dealers all in one weekend? This is your chance to do it on May 17th through the 19th at the Roseville Fairgrounds at the Sacramento Autograph Expo. You can get all the information about the show on our website at sacautograph.expo.com. That's sacautograph.expo.com.
We're going to Game 7, baby. Game 7. Game 7.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
From the text line, somebody saying, will this scene be in Happy Gilmore 2?
Ooh. Couldn't even write that.
It's possible, and I'm actually so mad that they're doing Happy Gilmore 2.
I didn't even know they were.
Yeah,
it's greenlit and everything.
I don't know why. From the 916, did my guy just say 3D printed shirts?
Yeah, I
realized.
Like,
yes,
that's not.
And you know what? Other shows don't read that text. They just power through. But you're right, 916. There are no such things as 3D printed shirts. I don't think.
Maybe. I'm sure you could 3D print a shirt. It's just the printing process wouldn't be through 3D matters. You could definitely make a 3D printed shirt. It would just be stiff as.
You have a 3D printer?
No, I have a friend who has one and uses it very frequently.
I don't get it.
He's like an engineer though, so he uses it for practical. He could make us a notch to fix this squeaking mic that we have here. But,
sure.
Sorry. Didn't mean to peel back the curtain like that.
Well, somebody did ask.
Hey, so I know I saw
someone thought it was a chair.
They're like, so it's got a squeaky chair or something. And
Chris is like, it's not the chair.
No, it just drives me crazy. There it is right there.
There you go. There you go. It's homey.
It feels the 3D print stuff seems really cool, but I don't quite. I don't know. I think it's something for somebody else, not for me.
I had at my previous job, there was a guy, coworker, and great dude, but that was his thing. He had a 3D printer.
Yeah.
So he did a 3D printing of the Jordan 1s,
Oh,
right?
that's
So
dope.
it's a Jordan 1, and it was just a paperweight.
Sure, exactly. That's the
And I thought, cool.
right.
Cool.
It's a nice desk
All right.
object. But
Yeah.
it's not. Yeah, there are a lot of practical uses for it, but that seems to be the thing too. Is it's just like, I made this.
Cool.
Like, I made this big old Darth Vader helmet.
Yeah. Cool.
I mean, that's cool.
Yeah.
But is it just going to sit on your mantle now?
I know there's some 3D
Yeah.
printer people out there. Show yourself.
Oh,
What's
definitely.
the coolest thing you've made
Great
on
question.
a 3D printer?
Great question.
And with that statement, I have clearly been listening to Dave's show too much. This is luckily it's
he
a
would
Friday.
ask for advice. He would want to know, like, what's the right filament
What's the right
to use.
brand?
You have to, because from what I understand, the most expensive part of 3D printing isn't the 3D printer itself. It's all the stuff that the ink, essentially, whatever it's called, because you have to buy different colors, and it becomes a whole mess.
And I'll tell you this much: with Dave all by his lonesome next week, it is going to get real squirrely.
Yeah, we're gonna have to listen to that.
Real squirrely. So shout out to the 916. Yeah, I did say
early.
3D printed shirts, and it is what it is. It also is what it is when it comes to the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. We have a game 7, Chris, and it's the age-old question of a 7-game series, but every game is essentially a blowout. Is that if game 7 is a blowout, let's say the Nuggets, everyone's look at Jokic, he didn't sit for the whole fourth quarter. First of all, that's a lie. I saw Jokic sitting. They literally panned to the whole team sitting in the fourth quarter. Did you, Chris? Did you see this whole thing?
I did not see this whole thing.
Jokic didn't sit for the whole fourth quarter. I literally saw them. Maybe it was the third. Maybe I'm wrong, but that man was sitting.
Is that like this guy watches as the confetti falls?
It's
for the
exactly
other team
what
thing?
it is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about y'all.
I've told you those are my least favorite things on the internet.
No, you should have seen them.
I can't stand those.
You should have seen them.
No.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm not betting against this man in game 7.
I mean, I probably wouldn't,
but you weren't
not for
going
that
to
reason.
anyway.
Yeah, exactly, not because he's giving an intense stare.
The 3-time MVP and defending champion. Oh yeah, there's a take.
Jokic didn't look happy when they got beat by 45.
Oh my goodness. Well, and give me a break, man. Give me a break. Okay, so here are the scores. Timberwolves win the first game, which might have been the closest game. Timberwolves win the first game 106-99. Timberwolves win the second game 106-80. They win the Nuggets win the third game 117-90. The Nuggets, this one was only 8 points. The Nuggets win game 4 115-107. The Nuggets win game 5 112-97. And really the biggest butt whooping last night, game 6, the Timberwolves won 115-70. So where are you at with this? Is this a good series, even though none of the games have really been close?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess yes, I would say it's been a good series, but I guess, this has not been Kings Warriors. This is not all 7-game series are created equal. Not all 2-0 series that then go 7 are created equal, because this is the exact same thing we saw last year. It's just we saw a lot of really close games in that Kings Warriors series, and to your point, it's been the complete opposite. So, I mean, yes, it's still been a good series of games together, but individually they haven't been great. I think it's been, I don't even know how to say it, because entertaining almost doesn't feel right either, because every game's been such a blowout. But I think the chess match has been really interesting to see Minnesota go up 2-0 and look like they're going to be the freaking 85 Bears of the NBA. And then to watch Denver reel off 3 in a row, make an adjustment. And then last night to see Minnesota make another adjustment. This is what 7-game series are all about, is about, strike, counter strike. And then how do you counter that counter? And then it's going to be into a game 7 where game 7s are amazing. Like they're my favorite thing in sports, especially basketball game 7s. You really get to see what people are made of, because everybody gets tight in a game 7. And it's those that are really built for those moments that shine brightest. And, sometimes you get random Kelly Olynyk game 7s, but other times you'll get, epic Steph Curry 50-point games, which is what I think a lot of people are expecting from Jokic. That's what I'm expecting. And, every game hasn't been awesome, but that game 7 is going to come down to really Anthony Edwards versus Nikola Jokic. It's going to be the marquee guys that have to show up. And, if those guys both show up, it just kind of simply moves down the line. You saw Jamal Murray play like garbage yesterday. Mm-hmm. He can't do that. Michael Porter Jr. can't play like garbage again. They're going to need contributions from somebody else, but Game 7 is all about your stars showing up. And that's the first thing that you have to have. And I think I just have a lot more confidence that Jokic really could give Minnesota 50. And I think Anthony Edwards would have to do something similar.
Well, and we can get to it on the other side as well. But I was watching, I saw this thread, and it was talking about what Minnesota has done and the counters and what the Nuggets have done in the counters to the counters. And they said they started out in Game 2, they were doubling Jokic in the post, right? Now, I'm trying to remember why in Game 3 they would have went away from that. My guess is that the Nuggets countered it some way, and now here come the Timberwolves. They were able to recounter it, and then they went back to the doubling. Maybe somebody else popped off, and they thought, okay, we got Rudy, and there's just no more. Well, I guess in Game 2, you know what it was? Game 2, there was no Rudy. So they were doubling Jokic, and it helped them win. You get Rudy back. We don't need to double Jokic because we got the depoy. Well, now we don't have any more. There's no time for anybody for anybody's feelings or anything like that. We just got to win this ball game any way we can. So it's interesting now that you're not going to allow Jokic to beat you in that way. And I know you're big on don't double these guys that know what to do with the basketball, but I guess in that way, it's been a good series just in seeing the moves and the counter moves, but the actual gameplay hasn't come down to the final 3 minutes and what's going to happen. And it might not happen. It might not happen in Game 7, but I think it's a good series from more of an intellectual standpoint versus 3 minutes close game or 3 minutes. It's not a close game because of what they've done to prepare going into the game. So a good game, just in a different way. When we come back, continuing the conversation on blowouts versus close games and 7-game series, we go through the rest of the NBA and we talk about some trade ideas and NBA free agents. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
You miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SacktownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, The Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SacktownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Friday with plentiful sunshine after some morning low clouds rolled through. For the afternoon, sunshine and light southwest winds. Highs today will peak in the low to mid 80s with overnight lows dropping back to the mid 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we make sure every certified pre-owned Honda is one we buy from ourselves. Right now, you'll find interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. See our certified pre-owned Hondas in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Carmichael Dave here. Memorial Day is right around the corner. That means outdoor parties, barbecues, and family gatherings. Now, my friends at Amy's Outdoor Living on El Camino near Watt and inside the new Amy hardware store in the El Dorado Town Center, they're bursting with beautiful, comfortable outdoor furniture. Now, through Memorial Day, they're going to pay the sales tax on all in-stock patio furniture. We're talking great brands like Kettler deep seating sets, Jensen Outdoor, indestructible Polywood Adirondack chairs, and umbrellas. Now, you all know Amy's. It's your barbecue headquarters, and this year they have two of the newest, hottest brands, those beefy Rectat grills and affordable Napoleon grills. And, of course, they still carry the great brands like Traeger, Weber, and Big Green Egg. The sales tax is on them now through Memorial Day on all in-stock patio furniture. Amy's Outdoor Living on El Camino near Watt and inside Amy Ace Hardware in the El Dorado Town Center.
Vapes and cigarettes are responsible for the excessive amount of secondhand smoke in California.
From our sidewalks to our parks, restaurants, offices, and work sites, over half of Californians are at risk of being exposed to thousands of toxic chemicals.
Go to secondhanddangers.org for an action plan to protect yourself and your family from toxic harm that could last a lifetime.
Because even outdoors, there's no such thing as safe secondhand smoke.
Sponsored by Breathe California, Sacramento region.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
Hello, I'm Frank Cockrell with Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. The past few weeks, we've seen many financial data reports from jobs, inflation, and employment numbers. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Dallas-Fort Worth and Arlington area in Texas lead the largest 25 metro areas with 10.7% employment growth and is 15th with 3.9% unemployment rate. Inflation numbers came in lower this month, growing at a 0.3% rate. With the rate of inflation receding and the jobs market staying relatively stable, it must be all good news for Americans, right? Not really. While the rate of inflation is slowing, according to the CPI index readings, prices have increased 22.3% between May of 2020 and April 2024. During the pandemic, Americans accumulated excess savings of $2.1 trillion. Since then, they have spent down those savings to the tune of $1.9 trillion to combat rising costs. Current elevated rates make everything from housing to business investment more expensive, and there are few signs that prices are actually headed down. They just seem to be stabilizing. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Frank Cockrell is a registered representative of Lincoln Financial Advisors Corporation, a broker-dealer and member SIPC and registered investment advisor. Retirement Security Centers is not an affiliate of Lincoln Financial Advisors.
The news on vapes talks a lot about the technology and teen use, but parents need to know more about the dangers of nicotine. So know this. 1. Nicotine is a poison that can rewire teens' brains. 2. It can increase mood swings. 3. It can limit attention and learning. So even when it comes in new tech, nicotine is brain poison. Go to undo.org for more.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Kevin Lewis with National Garage Door, reminding you that in Sacramento, National Garage Door is the king of garage doors. We service, sell, and install garage doors and openers. Call us today for your basketball special. A new 16x7 Rainer garage door with installation and a belt drive opener for only $24.49 installed. Give us a call today, 916-638-4554.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
This segment is brought to you by Aztec Solar. Skip the sales pitch. Calculate your solar savings at yourpowersavings.com.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Chris, you'll love this one from the 209. That was me, Squeaky Mike Guy, a.k.a. David. Thanks for the shout out.
Thank you, David. No, we're trying to get things fixed around here.
Yeah, shout out David, shout out WD-40.
Yeah, I literally almost bought some WD-40 and was going to bring it into work specifically for this mic, and
that's Nate making it worse.
Like, what is that? There it is. I was like, now that I want it to do it, it's not going to do it. And yeah, sorry for all the headphone listeners out there, but
wow.
Yeah, thank you, David. No,
Thank
I
you,
appreciate
David.
it. The only way it's going to get fixed is by
That's right.
What do they say? The squeaky wheel is the one that gets the oil.
That's
so,
right.
We got to make noise about it in order for it to get fixed.
That's right. That's right. And two teams.
Or I could just fix it.
No. It's just on
It's the principle
now.
of
It's
the
on
exactly.
Yes,
exactly.
Chris, you're the talent.
You're
That's right.
Nate.
That's right.
Thank you.
Realized it.
Thank you.
That's right. And speaking of making some noise, these two teams have made some noise in the playoffs, the Knicks and the Pacers, as they were to the point now, Chris, only one game a night with some of these series starting to get wrapped up, and the Pacers head back to New York in the Garden. Tyrese Halliburton, who has been pretty close to abysmal on the road, he has a chance to move past all of that tonight and really do some damage. What do you think is going to be the case?
I feel like Tyrese is I feel like he's going to be aggressive tonight.
Excuse me, it's not in the Garden, it's in Indiana.
Yeah, I feel like Tyrese is going to be aggressive tonight. I definitely think he's gonna make a point, like I said after the last game 5. I just feel like when it literally feels like the entire world is talking about how you're not taking shots, that's a very easy fix. It's just he's just got to make sure that he keeps the aggression throughout the entire game. I feel like he's going to. The question is going to be, I mean, can the Knicks continue to shoot the way that they've shot? I mean, Brunson's been incredible, but they need Dante DiVincenzo to hit his 3 to 5 threes, and they kind of need the perfect script to happen in order for them to win these games, and it's definitely happened every time throughout this playoffs. But it's been tough when they go to Indy. Indy's definitely got a really good atmosphere. They're excited about basketball right now, and I think that's a tough environment. And with a coach like Rick Carlisle, I heard his press conference the other day at practice. He's not happy, and he's not messing around with his guys. So I think that the Pacers will probably give a really good punch tonight. I think it probably goes 7 to the Garden because, if we want to throw NBA conspiracies out there, that's really good for the league.
That is very good for the league, and I don't think that would be a very good game. I think the Knicks would find a way. I mean,
they're bringing bats to that game.
and I'm just looking around. It's crazy, Chris, and I know somebody on the text line a couple of days ago said, hey, Benedict Mathurin, that's a big miss.
Absolutely,
because that dude
for sure.
can score the basketball. But I am, you talk about Domantas Sabonis and being a regular season guy, and it's starting to seem like that's what the Pacers were. Whenever they say Pacers highest rated offense in the league, I'm just confused as to how that is. And maybe it's because I'm watching them against the Knicks, but I'm trying to figure out where this offense all season was coming from.
Well, I mean, yeah, you just run a little bit of a faster pace in the regular season. In the playoffs, everything slows down, so they're not going to run the same pace. But I mean, when they look on, they still look like they can knock down. Like they're really, really good. It's when guys like Obi Toppin start hitting threes, when they can get some contributions out of Ben Shepherd and some of their bench players. I mean, TJ McConnell's been going crazy this series. I think it's just more. I mean, they're definitely missing Tyrese's scoring pop, but I think it's kind of getting some of those other guys, more specifically Obi. I think when Obi plays well, they're really, really tough to beat, especially now with OG out. I think that's really the biggest difference is just, in the playoffs, you're playing the best teams every single night. And possessions are a little bit more valued. So you can't just be as willy-nilly with the ball as you are in the regular season.
Coming back to our conversation, let's assume the Pacers win tonight, right? And you're going back to a game 7. I would probably say what has been a better series, right? And Brunson is a star, and he's been doing star-type things, and Halliburton has been hot or cold, but what has been a better series, Knicks-Pacers or Timberwolves-Nuggets?
I'd probably say Knicks Pacers.
Technically, yes. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, they're a game away from going 7. So I mean, when you factor in the fact that both series are going 7 and one series has had a lot more close games than the other, I think so. I think this Knicks Pacers series has been really intriguing. It's been the series that I've been most locked into. I think it's been great. I think playing in the Garden, I think definitely still holds up as one of the best environments to have these games in. And I think these, especially the beginning of this series, was really, really good, really tight. Obviously, the last game was a bit of a blowout. The last 2 games actually have been a bit of blowouts, but this series, from a storyline perspective, has definitely been the one I'm most intrigued in, and I think some of the play has definitely led to that as well. Especially when you consider, I mean, Celtics Cavs is already over. That was a 4-1. Dallas OKC maybe has an argument. Those games have all been pretty close and have been a bit of a chess match, but I aesthetically, sometimes watching Luka shoot as much as he does, and then Shea, I think this series, for whatever reason, has just really caught my attention the most.
Yeah, I do think part of that is, and I hate to say it because I've been that guy, but I do think the Madison Square Garden and the New York and a lot of people that celebrity-wise care about it.
Sure.
So that I think it's just human nature. It leads you to care about it as well, or at least be intrigued about it. Yeah, Thunder Mavs has been interesting. It's just a lot of free throws being taken, and Kyrie hasn't really balled out, which has been impressive from the Mavericks side, but maybe not as aesthetically pleasing. I think the thing with the Timberwolves and the Nuggets is that people love greatness. You know what I mean? So even though the games haven't been close, you're watching a current great with Jokic and someone that a lot of people think will be a future great in Anthony Edwards. So even though the games haven't been close, you've been watching some iconic performances, which I think has had people feeling like it is a good series, when I think it's probably Pacers Knicks, just because of everything else that comes with it. And let's not sleep on Brunson. I mean, that one game that the Pacers did take care of business, let's not forget, the Knicks are still in the driver's seat in a game that they essentially sold. I mean, Brunson had no business playing. He really didn't play that much. That was the game that OG initially went out. That's when, hey, who else do we have? Alec Burks. Let's get him back in the game. So they essentially sold that game to the Pacers, and they're still in position to get it done if they can win in Indy, but not if Tyrese Halliburton, Andrew Nembhard, and the crew have anything to say about it. Coming up next, Jokic and more GOAT stats. Also, we talk about different trade interests and free agents. There's another update on the Cavs and what that means for the Kings. We talk Mike Brown extension, and that's at 12 o'clock. And I know a lot of people are going to have a lot of things to say, but we talk Mike Brown extension at 12 o'clock. And then you want to know, and I see you on the text line, my guy, Dennis Youngblood, bringing up Tejon Salon. Well, there's another one I found. He's 7'4", and he's athletic. We'll tell you who it is. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
In a world where everybody and their mother makes a primed trim board, contractors have to ask one question. Do I know what's under the primer? Available at just about every lumber yard you can imagine. Vintage trim boards are made from lodgepole pine. That's the stuff telephone poles and railroad ties are made of. It's durable. It's straight. It's been doing the job for generations. Manufactured right here in the USA. Ask for it by name, vintagetrimboards.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BC. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Sacramento sports fans, get ready to amp up your summer with the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. We've got a lineup that's awesome. First up on May 24th, don't miss Tribal Seeds as they bring their reggae beats to Ace of Spades, presented by Live Nation. And mark your calendar for June 8th when NF takes the stage at the Golden One Center. Visit livenation.com for tickets and get ready for a killer high-energy show. Don't miss music legends Daryl Hall and Elvis Costello with the Imposters on June 12th, and NSYNC and Backstreet artists Joey Fatone and AJ McLean on June 22nd. Two great shows coming in June to Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Then looking ahead to August 4th, get ready for the Outlaw Music Festival at the Toyota Amphitheater, presented by Live Nation. The Sacktown Sports live events calendar, your ultimate playbook for the best shows and events in town. Stay tuned to Sacktown Sports for exclusive updates and your chance to win tickets.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Winter's gone, so there's no excuses for missing out on Sacramento's premier country festival, Country in the Park. It's this Friday and Saturday. Don't miss your chance to see
Brandon Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jake Owen, Walker Hayes, Brian Kelly, Drew Baldridge, Brian Martin, Michael Ray,
Ingrid Andress, Priscilla Block,
Chase Matthew.
Tickets are only $46 per day. Buy your tickets now at CITPfest.com. That's CITPfest.com. Or take your chances at the gate. Brought to you by Junior Restaurant and Lounge, Vernick Academy, and Fieldhouse American Sports Pub.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Chris, this just popped into my head, and I don't know why. During the break, we saw commercials for Game 6 tonight with the Knicks and the Pacers, and this just popped into my head before we get into some more Jokic ridiculous stats. Is there any thought, as far as Jalen Brunson is concerned, when you watch him play, right, and how things are kind of rolling for the Knicks right now, and I'm not doing this because they're both smaller, but I'm thinking here, and I know this guy had injuries, and he's not this small, but I'm thinking Isaiah Thomas on the Celtics, right? I'm just saying, is there any part of you that thinks that Jalen Brunson is just on a really hot run, or are you convinced, like, he's a dude's dude, and he's going to be a dude in this league for a while?
I would probably go with the Isaiah Thomas comp if he hadn't done this in Dallas before. That would be the one thing that makes me believe that this is legit, is that, I mean, that and the fact, I mean, Isaiah definitely did it for an entire season, so I guess I shouldn't say that, but it feels like just in general as well, Brunson has been, he had a proper ascent to this level. Not that Isaiah also didn't, but it's felt like Brunson has been at this elite level for longer than Isaiah was before he got to have that run. Like, and it just feels like Brunson, like I said, when he was in Dallas and Luka went down and that team ended up going to the conference finals, he was the best player on that team. He kept them afloat when nobody thought they had a chance. And the fact that, he has the playoff experience of doing this before tells me that this probably isn't something that's just a flash in the pan. He might not get this load of responsibility again, but I don't think that means that he's not capable of having these kind of games on the regular.
Yeah, let's just assume that they beat the Pacers and lose to the Celtics, right? I'm just very curious as to where everybody will put him.
Sure.
As far as the hierarchy of stars, franchise players, guards, dudes like that. I mean, I was watching stuff. I saw stuff during the season that said that people didn't even want to put him in front of Kyrie yet before the playoffs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if that would have changed, and who knows, because the Mavs aren't done yet. Kyrie is clearly not doing what Brunson is doing. But yeah, I'm just not really sure how his star not appeal, but just what people will think about Jalen Brunson when this is all said and done. Is he gonna be looked at as a top 10 player in the league? He probably should on paper.
I don't think so. I think everyone understands that it is an Isaiah Thomas-like situation where it is just the weird thing is Isaiah wasn't forced into his role. It wasn't like they went through a ton of injuries and Isaiah just kind of had to step up and do that. They still had a young Jaylen Brown. They had Jay Crowder. They had a team around him. They just kind of orchestrated their offense to be in that fashion. Jalen Brunson is almost in this by default because of the injuries, more so because of the injury to Julius Randle. But, I definitely think the Mitchell Robinson thing plays a factor. If Bojan Bogdanovic is in there, he's probably taking some shots away from Brunson. So I think he'll be viewed almost like Jamal Murray, probably like, in a way, Jimmy Butler, where it's, that this thing is dormant inside of him. And if he needs to pull it out, he can, but he's probably not going to be asked to do that for a team for an entire season. I don't think, you're going to see Jalen Brunson, be like the next Steph Curry or something where they're trying to build the team solely around Brunson.
That's exactly what I'm trying to get to and figure out just what Jalen Brunson is. And yeah, part of me is just enjoying it, but also just looking forward. You know what I mean? Yeah. We had conversations about Brunson and De'Aaron Fox and guys like that. And I think there's kind of going back to a Brock Purdy situation, to be completely honest, where it's somebody playing at a level versus who somebody is, right? Jalen Brunson probably played like a top 10 player in this league in the playoffs. Is he a top 10 player in this league?
Yeah. It's a version of what Patrick Beverley said about Tyrese, right? Where it's like, how many people would you say, or how many players would tell you, if I got 35 shots, I'd probably score 40 points too.
Right.
I think it's a lot of that. If De'Aaron was put in a situation where he had to score 35 points, or else his team didn't have a chance, he'd probably try. I don't know if he would get to 35 every night. Brunson doesn't get to 35 every night, but and I'm not trying to discount what Brunson's been doing, because there's been some nights where he's 9 of 12, 9 of 14, and he's still cooking for 20 plus. So I'm not meaning to put it down, but I'm more just saying I think a lot of people would say, yeah, Brunson's playing great and doing fantastic things. Everybody wishes that their team could have this kind of model where people go down and it doesn't matter because this guy can elevate everybody. But ultimately, in terms of how you value that one individual, I think you still have to say, like I said, if not even De'Aaron Fox, but, even Jamal Murray, that's honestly the comp that I think he'll probably fall into, is just he's a really, really good second option, and you can definitely win a championship if he's your number 2, but you probably need to have, honestly, you could argue that Dallas situation was really perfect.
Right.
It's just he wanted to have more of an opportunity, and Luka obviously is not going to give up any touches.
And that's why, people are kind of victory lapping Becky Hammon and saying, hey, this proves that Becky Hammon was wrong. In reality, if they don't win the whole thing, you just have to see who they are next season with more pieces, because just because he's cooking right now doesn't mean she was wrong unless they win the whole thing.
Yeah, I still think she's wrong. I think, well,
but you just said he's a 2.
I would have to go back and listen. Well, yeah, but I think the Knicks could win a championship right now as currently constructed. I don't know if Jalen Brunson's height is ultimately holding the Knicks back from winning a championship. He's been able to cook regardless of who's on him. I think it's more of just the fact that his teammates around him aren't doing well enough. And I actually agreed with Becky Hammon at the time, but watching what he's done, and how this playoffs have unfolded, I can't say that the Knicks can't win a championship. I just think Brunson doesn't have the team around him. I think as he's currently playing, if they had a better number 2 than Dante DiVincenzo,
right,
I feel like he could probably make some. I still think they can make the Celtics' life difficult. I don't know if they can win. They might be able to. The Celtics tend to crumble when they go against teams like the Miami Heat, and I think the Knicks are very physical, similar, never die kind of attitude like Miami, and I kind of think Boston I don't want to use the term soft, but I think that they're a little bit suspect when it comes to when push comes to shove, like having a 2-1 lead on the Warriors in the final. Like when they really, really need to get it done, I don't know if people trust them.
All right, so you have some more insane stats on
gosh.
Jokic.
This is crazy. This is from Bill Simmons actually put this out. Bill Simmons is say what you will about his takes nowadays, but he is a basketball historian, and he pulled up these numbers on Nikola Jokic playoff games. He found that there are only 4 players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has 5 guys here. 4 guys are the only ones to be top 40 in all 3 major categories of scoring, rebounding, and assists per game in 75 or more playoff games. Let's start here at Nikola Jokic. Why not start up top? This is all to point out how ridiculous what Jokic does in the playoffs is. Jokic has played 79 career playoff games. He's at 27.5 points per game, 12.2 rebounds, 7.5 assists. That puts him at 5th in scoring all time per game, 11th in rebounds per game, 11th in assists per game, 5, 11, and 11. LeBron James, 4th in points, 37th in rebounds, 13th in assists. Larry Bird, 17th in points, 28th in rebounds, 18th in assists. Giannis, 8th in points, 13th in rebounds, 32nd in assists. Magic Johnson, 50th in points, 53rd in rebounds, and 1st in playoff assists. It's more just so to point out, Jokic is the only one. He has the highest total, or I guess lowest total of ranking amongst those 3 positions, and it's not even really close. You would think LeBron, he's 4, 13, and 37. Again, Jokic is 5, 11, and 11. So it really is more just pointing to the fact that this dude is the ultimate weapon, especially when games are at its most important. 79 playoff games. That's pretty much a full season. He has pretty much had a full NBA season in the playoffs, and the fact that he's done numbers that really, I mean, they can't be matched by anybody in history. I think it just points to how still underrated I think he is, and just how much of a weapon he is as well.
Yeah, and it's only going to continue to grow if they are able to take care of business and they get to, like, obviously the conference finals and then the finals. And I mean, I think the league is in really good hands. And it's interesting, Chris, because we talk a lot about the wings, right? And how Carmelo Anthony, he had that really, I don't know if we ever played the sound, but I put it on my Twitter when he said, yeah, everybody wants to Paul George type now, and everybody wants to be 6'7", so everybody's 6'7" now. I'm thinking, Carmelo, what does that mean? You know what I mean? But
everyone just stretches out.
Everyone's just 6'7" now. Everyone's Paul George now. Jokic is a guy who, yeah, that would be nice. The best you're probably going to get, if not Jokic, is Sabonis. But could Jokic? I don't know that Jokic could even change how people approach the game and how kids are learning the game. Steph, everyone's shooting threes now. Jokic is so much of a unicorn. I don't even think, I guess big guys are going to try to get better vision and be better. You know what I mean? I just don't think you can really try to copy it.
I think you can. I think it's more just like, I mean, I would say, funny enough, I heard somebody say Jokic isn't the greatest athlete, but he's maybe the best basketball player we've ever seen. And I think that's what it is just you take from him the fact that you don't have to be a freak athlete to do all of these things. You can see the game. You can understand how, things have momentum, things have a rhythm. And I think that's the thing to take from Jokic. He doesn't have the prettiest jumper. It still goes in. I think it's just the fact that, in a weird way, it's almost the things you take from him are the non-tangible things. It's the fact that there's no limits to what you could do almost, because Jokic is the person where you would draw up and say, this guy probably can't do anything on the basketball floor, and he can quite literally almost do everything. So I would just say he's an example of don't put yourself in a box, and really you can impact the game in more ways than just scoring. You can do it in all different facets, and you can all do it at the same time. There's no reason why you can't score, assist, and help out your team in multiple ways.
Coming up next, there is a player out there in the 6 who might be available. Guard. You interested? Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
My father was a career United States Air Force pilot, and Memorial Day is a reminder of all he and so many others did for our country. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Right now at the annual Memorial Day sale, everything in the store is on sale. Everything. You'll save 10 to 25% on all living rooms, to sofas, to sectionals, to dining rooms, to bedrooms, to home offices, and so much more. Everything is on sale right now at Naturewood Home Furnishings Memorial Day sale. Whether you're looking to lighten the mood in your living room, brighten up your bedroom, or tighten up your home office, it's all available for you at savings from 10 to 25% at Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop the area's best selection of quality furniture at Naturewood Home Furnishing, off Highway 50 in Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this, because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
Seems like all this artificial intelligence stuff stirs up the age-old debate of man versus machine. Hi, it's Dan from the Good Feet store, and let me ask you, would you let a robot cut your hair? Would you rely on an app to teach a kid to ride a two-wheeler? Let's face it, some things require the human touch. People come to us seeking a solution to foot, leg, and back pain after trying all kinds of things recommended by in-store machines or website blurbs. An impersonal, generic approach to solving a problem that's unique to you. No wonder they usually don't work. At the Good Feet store, you'll meet with an arch support specialist who will take the time to learn about your needs, your feet, your lifestyle, and then fit you from over 300 models and sizes of arch supports, designed for pain relief, better balance, and more comfort.
Do you have sore feet, an aching back, or plantar fasciitis? Then get to the Good Feet store nearest you for your free arch support fitting. Good Feet arch supports are only available at the Good Feet store.
Progressive asks, what do an escaped leopard,
We're live from the zoo where a leopard has escaped.
a growling stomach, an uneaten tuna sandwich, and a backdoor doggy door have in common? They can lead to an unexpected kitchen renovation.
Yeah, hi. Is this the zoo? Your leopard is in my kitchen.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for great savings and round-the-clock protection.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of consumer cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Maida Chevy saves you $12,000 off MSRP on every new half-ton Silverado LT 5.3 liter in stock after rebates. Always 5 to choose from.
Exclusive, all in-stock pricing at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details and 6324.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sacktown Sports. Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
Before we reveal the guard from the 6 that may be available, Chris has some more details on that. You know, Chris, I got some names here as you brought up Jokic, okay? And just hang with me here. You got Jokic, you have Mahomes, both Mannings, Tom Brady, and Steph Curry.
I have no idea what all of those things have in common.
What they all have in common is that when you think about the ideal athlete, I don't think any of them would be on that list. The only one would maybe be Mahomes, but Mahomes in his recent dad bod, and you had Nick Wright kind of arguing. It was Nick Wright and I think Colin Cowherd arguing that that body type is better. They acted like he was like a bear. They said it's better to have some protection
or something. So your ribs don't get torn apart. Okay.
So
Big Ben for sure was like that until the end. I mean,
and then he didn't help
Andrew Luck much.
Yeah,
didn't help Andrew Luck, right? And you see obviously the specimens like Anthony Richardson and some of these guys that are clearly shredded. Lamar Jackson.
It's really funny you said Eli Manning.
Why?
It's just not.
Think he's an athlete.
Yeah,
he's just not a top tier guy like you were. Like everyone else.
I put Manning, and I just said both Mannings.
Okay, yeah,
we can stick. We can stick with Peyton.
Okay,
but I guess what I'm trying to ask in a, I guess weird way is the idea of the quote unquote ideal athlete. Does it depend on, I guess, the position, or is there really no such thing as an ideal athlete if you know how to do certain things well? All these guys considered the top of their game, and none of them are the, oh my goodness, we just had the NFL draft. This person is the prototypical QB. The prototypical QB is never the best.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that all of those are examples of kind of what I was just laying out with Jokic, where it's skill will always, I mean, athleticism will get you there.
Yes.
But skill will be the thing that takes you over the top. Every single one of those people you mentioned are incredibly skillful.
Mm-hmm.
Peyton Manning is a technician. He's knows every single offensive player. He knows exactly where you're going to a step.
Mm-hmm.
That was his superpower. Steph Curry, obviously, I mean, he spent his jump shot speaks for itself. I don't need I don't want to go. No. We all get it. We get it.
There might be somebody listening who doesn't really know what Steph is known for.
You know, Google him. It's fine. You'll figure it out. And Tom Brady, all of them just didn't rely on athleticism, and that's where, I mean, it's kind of crazy to say, but in a weird way, like I guess hyper athleticism can be a blessing and a curse because it'll be something you rely on, right? Is the athleticism has always gotten you there. It's always been good enough. We were just talking during the break about, like some athletes are just big kids, and then they use that size to dominate for their entire lives. And then it gets to a point where, okay, well, now everybody's big. Right. And so now what do you have that makes you better than everybody else who's your size? And I think that's kind of the theme from all those guys, I would say, is that all of them figured out, okay, my athleticism isn't going to make me great. What's going to be the thing that I have to be fantastic at that's going to put me over the top or separate me? I don't even think it was about any of those guys would tell you their intention was to get over the top. I think it was just to separate themselves and make themselves unique and different and to have kind of their thing.
Yeah. And also utilizing what your strengths are
right.
to the nth degree.
And they're not non-athletes.
No, that's what I was going to say. This
exactly.
is all relatively speaking. I'm not
like
saying
Steph Curry's 6'3".
Exactly. This is all relatively speaking. This is not, it's not like, again, if it, maybe even what's funny is even we were talking about Nate Robinson a couple days ago. I think it was during the crosstalk about the dunk contest and vertical leaps and things like that. But what would be fun, what's interesting is, and that's why I kind of lean more into utilizing your strengths the best, because Kyler Murray, if Kyler Murray, let's say Kyler Murray ends up being great, right? That doesn't mean that every 5'9" quarterback now has a shot, because Kyler Murray has darn near Olympic level
The exception,
speed.
not the rule.
Exactly. So he's learned how to utilize that. If you're 5'9" and you don't have Kyler Murray's speed, you're probably cooked, but
you better have something.
But you better have something to kind of power through that. So yeah, when you said Jokic, I started thinking about the Mahomes thing, because I just saw that.
Yeah.
I started thinking about, because Tom Brady is an athletic dude. He's just not fast. He just ran a slow 40, but he has a slow 40 and he doesn't have a cannon for an arm. Right. That was the whole thing with.
Then what's athleticism?
That's
a great question.
Yeah.
It's summer.
So those are like the two big things, right? Everyone, I guess accuracy, but that's not being athletic. You could be a giant man who's like the most accurate thrower ever.
I think you just have to have, but again, it's having something. What's Brady? 6'4", right? If Brady was Kyler Murray's height, Brady's probably not in the league.
Oh, no.
You know what I mean? So it's all about, I guess what I'm saying is, it's not about being, when these total packages come out, a lot of times, to your point, Chris, a lot of times the total packages, they don't get there because since they've been the total package, they've never had to get there. Mm-hmm. The only person, and really, I don't know if he's going to be a Hall of Famer or not, the only total package, off the top of my head, of course, would be Cam Newton. Cam Newton was the total package.
Right.
Yeah.
I think
some people say Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. You said Andrew Luck. And what's the problem with Josh Allen? Accuracy.
Yeah.
If Josh Allen didn't have a cannon,
poor decision making,
because he can get away with it.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
I would say athleticism, as we talk about it, is probably defined as just, speed and jumping. Mm-hmm. That's really, and I think that's
arm strength.
I don't think people count that as athleticism.
Sure.
Position-wise, QB-wise, it's the only thing that matters. But outside of assessing a QB, like assessing a lineman, what are you assessing?
Yeah,
foot speed.
Foot speed. Yeah, it's agile.
Is shooting athleticism or skill?
No, that's a skill. That's definitely a skill.
Yeah, because any
but like finishing around the rim, if you go up and under, if you can hang in the air, we're gonna say you're an athlete. But no, I think it's a good question. I think the thing that the problem for all of us as sports fans is that we define athleticism as only running and jumping, and those are the only two ways in which you could be described as an athlete. But it doesn't factor in quick twitch muscles. It doesn't factor in hand-eye coordination. I think those things are just as much a part of an athlete as anything else. How quick you can get your hands, through the swing. Like I think all of those things factor in, and it's on a scale, like you said, Nate. Like linemen, the scale for athleticism is, can you have quick feet, or can you how agile? We talk about Zach Edey. How agile are you? It's one thing to run fast, but as Verlaud points out, like he doesn't look good when he runs fast. Is that athleticism, or is that a lack of athleticism? I don't know. I think it's a really tough thing to define, but it's clearly we don't understand really what athleticism is because of all the guys you mentioned. We would not describe those guys as the best athletes.
Right. LeBron
is the best athlete.
And to that point, that is when people say, and I'm guilty of it, when people say, well, if anybody who was born with LeBron's athleticism would be who LeBron is. Well, I don't think so, because there are a lot of dudes that have very similar traits to LeBron who never made it. Because for whatever reason, right? LeBron, he's one of one as LeBron James, but as far as his body type, there's not a ton of guys, but you could, all those dudes playing all around the world, there are a lot of 6'8", 6'9" dudes that have similar traits to LeBron, but just never put it together for whatever reason.
Oh, no, for sure. I say it all the time. Like LeBron, if you want to see how athletic LeBron is, Look at the Morris twins. That's what LeBron is supposed to look like. He's supposed to run and jump and shoot, all of it. He's supposed to look like the Morris twins.
Right.
Instead, he looks like, like Michael Jordan at 6'9". And
I
Karl
always-
Malone's body.
Yeah.
I always think of Hassan Whiteside too, like drafted by the Kings, didn't do anything, came back.
Ridiculous athlete.
He's a dude who would just, but it's the athlete question again. He's a dude who'd show up and he could easily, no joke, I played fantasy basketball with him, would have him on my team all the time, make me mad all the time, get 20 rebounds like it was nothing. And he just didn't put the effort in it.
Right.
Like, I don't know if that's fair to say, but it didn't seem like that.
That's fair to say.
So there, so there's like that factor of it too. Like, how much do you want it? How does that play into your athleticism? That's a giant man who can clearly do it, but he just doesn't.
Real quick, before we get to the other side and we reveal the guard from the 6, real quick, is catching athleticism or skill?
Skill.
Oh,
It's a skill.
there's so much mental.
But it goes into, like I said, it goes into hand-eye.
Right. Because I'm thinking of what's that kid's
But
name?
catching the ball is a skill.
What's that
Dude.
kid's name? Ross, who it finally broke by Xavier Worthy, but the kid who could have won an island because he ran the fastest 40.
is it Justin Ross.
Something Ross, right? And he's not in the league because he probably can't catch.
But it's like,
he's a freak athlete.
Think about OBJ's catch. Think about the catch.
Yeah.
It's like you have to be. There's a line somewhere, and I don't have the answer.
Catching the ball is a skill.
It's so
Receiving
mental.
the ball is a skill, but like to catch it in stride while running and jumping at full speed is athleticism. But
It's
just
a-
standing and catching a ball is skill.
It's a line of hand-eye coordination, and where that starts and ends in athleticism begins.
Well, last one, route running. Route running, you off the top of your head, I think athleticism, right? But there's so much mental and skill and training and footwork, like we were talking about with the linemen. Where's that one?
Route running to me.
Route running is a skill.
Route running to me is a skill.
It takes athleticism,
Right?
to be
But
great.
to cook, you have to be athletic. I can run a route right now as well as.
I think
let's get that Achilles a little more healthy first.
But that's
The
my
thing is the
point.
starting,
I
stopping,
ran the
and
route.
chopping.
Right. I ran the route, but I didn't cook anybody.
How crispy it is. Right?
How crispy it is.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because again, the athleticism comes in where you have to, it's the starting and then stopping and then breaking your body down and being able to break out of the route in a fluid motion while at speed. That's where the athleticism comes in. But the lead into it is the skill. The okay, let me make sure I put my left foot down first so that way I can chop with my it's the rhythm of it that is the skill, but it takes athleticism to do.
Coming up next, the guard and the 6. Do you want them? Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
The countdown to Miss Twin Peaks 2024 is on. Head over to MissTwinPeaks2024.com to learn about the contest and cast your 5 votes for your favorite Twin Peaks girl.
Hi, everyone. It's Emron Pilati, host of the True Sports Card Show here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday at 10 a.m. Would you like a chance to meet Ricky Henderson, Dennis Rodman, Johnny Manziel, Randy Johnson, Frank Thomas, Vlad Guerrero Sr., Dave Stewart, and our favorite Malik Monk, and meet over 90 sports card dealers all in one weekend? This is your chance to do it on May 17th through the 19th at the Roseville Fairgrounds at the Sacramento Autograph Expo. You can get all the information about the show on our website at sacautograph.expo.com. That's sacautograph.expo.com.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Jason Ross just dropped in to grab a cookie, and if anybody deserves it, that guy does. Enjoy your time away, Jason, and enjoy that crumble cookie.
Oh, yeah.
and they are outstanding. Chris and I, this always happens. I told Chris whenever, not that you typically eat cookies for breakfast,
never.
Whenever I actually have a breakfast, Crumble Cookies is here.
Every single time.
And every time I don't have a breakfast, no Crumble Cookies.
No Crumble Cookies.
So what happens today? Friday, treat myself, grab breakfast, come in.
Crumble Cookies.
Crumble Cookies.
I got a question for you.
Thank you, Al.
It's
We
the
appreciate
summer.
it, Alan. Thank you.
Well, first of all, a cookie on an empty stomach like that jacks you up. You get
it's terrible.
so.
I shouldn't say it's terrible.
I was trying not to say that.
It's great. It's great. It's a
cookie.
Shout out, Chris.
Cookie and a coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm ready for a hot take.
I saw
rundown's getting thrown out the window.
I saw on your social media this morning you were wearing a Sacktown Sports shirt.
That's right.
What happened to that shirt? You're not wearing that
when we
anymore.
walked to grab breakfast. It turns very quick here.
So
it gets hot.
Yeah.
When we walked to grab breakfast, I built up a sweat, and it's a long sleeve shirt. I had to take it off.
Yeah. You a guy who runs hot?
Yes.
Because I like it cold in here, so I turn
the only reason I initially put it on is because I figured I'd be okay in here because it's always freezing in here.
Box.
But I walked, so I started getting warm, and then I had my coffee, and then I had a cookie, and I'm running warm right now.
And there's a hot plate in there for some reason.
Oh my! Come in, it smells like biscuits and gravy.
The smells in the studio are nuts today.
Yeah, we got like the multi-chips.
Yeah, I had hot mango chips. What was it, Chris? A pancake cookie.
The pancake cookie.
The pancake cookie was crazy. I had a part of a
so
chocolate chip
good.
cookie,
Kevin,
and then a sugar cookie.
Cookie.
It's a mess right now.
My
as
goodness.
we get back on track. All right, we pay off teases in this business,
That's right.
and at this station when Chris reminds me to pay off the teases. And Chris, who is the mystery guard from the 6?
It's Brucey B. It's Mike Malone's guy, Bruce Brown, who was traded to the Toronto Raptors midway through the season. Everyone will remember the Bruce Brown sweepstakes that happened last offseason where everybody was in a rush. I'm sorry, I said they got him from Denver. They got him from Indiana as a part of the Pascal Siakam trade. And, Bruce Brown was a player who, especially coming off that championship, I could not have been banging a drum louder for a person than Bruce Brown. He was the ultimate glue guy on that championship Nuggets team and just came in and did all the dirty work. And he's done that for a couple years, spent some time in Brooklyn. He played him at the 4 when he was with KD. So he's kind of like he's really like a souped up GP2 is how I view him. And he got paid like it last offseason. He signed a 2-year I believe, I don't know what the grand total was, but he's making $25 million or $23 million this year. He made $22 million last year. So he signed a very, very large contract, and reports have just came out earlier today that the Toronto Raptors are expected to trade Bruce Brown, Alan Stiles, they're not wasting time, by next month.
Wow.
They are putting now there's not like an official we are 100 this has to be done by a certain date, but I think that's more to set them up in free agency to have money or to maybe be a part of a 3-team deal or something like that. So Bruce Brown is becoming available sooner rather than later on the trade block. And that definitely probably reignites the conversation of should Bruce Brown come to Sacramento. This time, though, the difference would have to be it's via trade, not via free agency.
My question is, what does it feel like the Raptors want? Because you're moving off of Bruce Brown, not because he can't play, because his timeline, he's probably, what is he, late 20s, mid 20s?
Yeah.
He's young. He's older.
28 years old.
He's 28. The rest of the crew is
turning
25 and below, right? So let's move off of him. He's not in our plans. My question is, do they want young talent or do they want picks?
I would guess either one is fine for them.
But they're not going to want Harrison Barnes or Kevin Huerter. Maybe Kevin Huerter.
And I'm on the trade machine right now, and with the new CBA, Kevin Huerter for Bruce Brown straight up does work. But to your point, I don't know why Toronto would accept just that as their offer. I don't I think Toronto is in a weird spot where I think they're trading Bruce Brown only because they view it as a good asset, and that they're more saying, we're not trying to win anything, and we understand that there are teams out there that would trade for Bruce Brown because they feel like they are Bruce Brown away from contention.
Right.
It's not that, like you said, it's not that they don't like Bruce Brown. It's more of just the fact that it makes a whole lot of sense for us to trade him. So they might just take whatever is the best offer. It might not be that they're specifically looking for picks or for young players or for even established players. It could just be, we're looking to field offers, whatever is thrown at us that is the best, because you could definitely argue that's a team that needs shooting desperately. I don't see why they would turn down a Kevin Huerter contract that still has a couple more years on it at some pretty digestible salary. That makes sense to me. I would assume you would have to throw maybe Chris Duarte in there, maybe Sasha Vezenkov. That would be to really match, and I guess it would just be to make your bid a little bit more enticing. And if you do that as well, I see a certain Jay McDaniels on Toronto. It's not Jaden, but it is Jalen, his brother. I would, if I'm Sacramento, that's what I'm doing. Bruce Brown, Jalen McDaniels for Kevin Huerter, and either Sasha or Chris Duarte, and that gets done. That is an accepted trade via ESPN trade machine. So that's where I would look if you are going to do it. But I guess that's without answering the question of, is Bruce Brown even really a player that the Kings need?
Would you count him as a ball handler, another ball handler?
He could be. He definitely can be. I wouldn't put him as like a primary ball handler, but he's somebody who can bring the ball down and initiate offense. I don't know if he's necessarily a playmaker.
From the 5-3-0, would you trade the 13th pick and Davion for Bruce Brown? Well, 5-3-0.
I don't think you could do that.
Yeah. Well,
Davion's on the
5-3-0.
rookie contract.
I'm not doing it anyway because I got these prospects. And I'm telling you this much right now. You don't want to miss the next prospect that I have. Keep the guesses coming because no one's guessed them correctly yet. That's at 11:45. And then we have Mike Brown extension conversation at 12. But first, coming up next, Clutch confirms they will request a trade for Darius Garland if Mitchell stays. If he stays, I go. We'll be right back. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Friday with plentiful sunshine after some morning low clouds rolled through. For the afternoon, sunshine and light southwest winds. Highs today will peak in the low to mid 80s with overnight lows dropping back to the mid 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we make sure every certified pre-owned Honda is one we buy from ourselves. Right now, you'll find interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. See our certified pre-owned Hondas in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, a first Major League win is always special, especially for someone who's paid his dues. Joey Estes, acquired by the A's in the Matt Olson trade, handful of innings in the big leagues for the Athletics a year ago, made his first start this year in Seattle. 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 5 years after he was drafted by Atlanta.
Want more speed? Well, Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Click, call, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Hagen Oaks Demo Days is in the home stretch, and this is your last chance to register for an individual fitting appointment with the manufacturer's fitting staff from Ping, TaylorMade, Mizuno, Callaway, Cleveland, Strixon, and Zexio. You've waited many long months for the new golf season, and Hagen Oaks has your new golf gear right now. Book your individual Hagen Oaks Demo Days fitting appointment. Call 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for your personal fitting. Hagen Oaks, Fulton Avenue at Cap City Freeway or HagenOaks.com.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how an injury can turn anyone's life upside down. Whether it's a slip and fall, a car accident, or any other kind of injury. For almost 50 years, the Arnold Law Firm has been here to help you through the entire process to protect you and your family. If you are ever injured or in an accident, call the Arnold Law Firm. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777. That's 916-777-7777.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And here's Purdy going to throw one deep, wide for Debo. Made the catch on the back shoulder. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And a back shoulder banger for Debo Samuel.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
You've been waiting all winter for the snow to melt and the golf course to awaken. It's time for your long-awaited spring golf getaway to Plumas Pines Golf Resort in beautiful Gray Eagle, California. The timing is perfect to take advantage of Plumas Pines Spring Special. You can walk the course for $75 or ride for $90, available 7 days a week through May 23rd. Beneath towering pines adjacent to the Feather River, Plumas Pines Golf Resort offers a spectacular round of mountain golf. You'll love the grandeur of the Sierra, the calmness of Gray Eagle, and a wonderful test of golf at Plumas Pines with spring special rates of $75 to walk and $90 to ride 7 days a week until May 23rd. Make your reservation at plumaspinesgolf.com. Whether you visit for the day or stay a few days, Plumas Pines Golf Resort will make your play memorable. Visit plumaspinesgolf.com and make your tee time reservations for the spring special rates available 7 days a week. That's plumaspinesgolf.com.
Winter's gone, so there's no excuses for missing out on Sacramento's premier country festival, Country in the Park. It's this Friday and Saturday. Don't miss your chance to see
Bradley Gilbert, Dustin Letch, Jake Owen, Walker Hayes, Brian Kelly, Drew Baldridge, Brian Martin, Michael Ray,
Ingrid Andress, Priscilla Block,
Chase Matthew.
Tickets are only $46 per day. Buy your tickets now at CITPfest.com. That's CITPfest.com. Or take your chances at the gate. Brought to you by Junior Restaurant and Lounge, Vernick Academy, and Fieldhouse American Sports Pub.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
This segment is brought to you by Aztec Solar. Skip the sales pitch. Calculate your solar savings at yourpowersavings.com.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins taking you up to 2 p.m. And Chris, we have, make sure I can get it here. We have another situation here with Magic Johnson. And I know Nate loves these.
Oh.
So Magic Johnson.
You should probably not phrase it in that way. We have a situation with Magic Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
He's
in good health.
So I'm just going to read the tweet. It's not AI. We're not playing this game.
I forgot I was going to present this to you guys in a way this morning.
So Magic Johnson says, congratulations to Steph Curry on winning his second PBWA Magic Johnson Award, honoring a player who displays cooperation and grace in dealing with the media and fans, both on and off the court. Then he has a space in between. By the way, at Steph Curry, I had fun hanging out with your mom last night at the Sparks home opener.
Shout out Sonia.
Magic is going to catch these hands.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
The comments are hilarious.
She's a beautiful woman.
She is.
The comments are hilarious, and it's just a classic Magic Johnson situation where it's just, obviously we know it's harmless, but it's just the way he does things that are just so funny to me.
How on earth, like, what? We think he had no idea that could possibly be taken in a...
I don't know.
Like, is that, like... he sent a text via tweet. Like, I just don't understand how... There's no way you can have that little social awareness that you would not think, oh, people might take this the wrong way or might just roast this entire situation.
Imagine growing up as a celebrity or being a celebrity in the 80s and you just are like a god, basically, right? Like he's on the greatest teams of all time, or debatably, like iconic teams, multi-champion, just kind of a face of it all in the 80s. So no social media, like your people treat you probably like it's all positive. It's all good stuff. So like what social awareness would he have? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, just general, like, hey, I was hanging out with your mom last night. Like, that's...
Yeah, he doesn't realize that.
I mean, okay.
Let's start here. Let's start here.
I don't think it's... Yeah, okay.
A lot of these guys...
I think Larry Bird could have powered through that. I think he would have understood.
Yeah, but he's shoveling snow, dude.
He's fighting birds in his attic, right? You saw that commercial. Yes. But let's start here. A lot of these guys have teams that tweet for them. So the question is did Magic Johnson say, hey, I don't need that?
Magic does not have a team to
Yeah. I'm just doing it more clear. Yeah, I'm just doing it myself. And nobody he's got kids, whoever saying, Pops,
you can't say that.
Maybe just invest.
Just text him the second part.
Yeah. And he tags him. It's hilarious. So
it's just
that's Magic Johnson.
Sure
that's
is.
Magic Johnson for you. All right, as we get to the story in Cleveland and how it connects to the Kings. So I'll take it. We took you through a lot of it yesterday and how Donovan Mitchell was kind of frustrated with some of the maturity or lack thereof with some of the players on the team. Jared Allen wouldn't get this injection to numb essentially his ribs and allow him to play. So the whole thing's a mess. And Darius Garland's camp came out and said, if Mitchell stays, I go. A lot of us think that Mitchell is going to go. So this is just Garland saying, make him go. But Mitchell already wants to go, even though he's saying he wants to stay because he doesn't want to be the bad guy. So now it's coming up. This is from Brian Windhorst at Clutch Sports. Will indeed meet with the Cavs this offseason to facilitate Darius Garland being traded if Donovan Mitchell decides to stay. He confirmed that on ESPN Cleveland. The Mitchell-Garland backcourt is on their way to being split up. And how this then connects to the Kings, Chris, is because you have NBA analyst Jake Weinbach coming out and saying, if Donovan Mitchell signs an extension with Cleveland, Darius Garland is expected to prefer a new home. A swap deal with New Orleans for Brandon Ingram is very much a real possibility this offseason. The Pelicans should also have interest in Cavs center Jarrett Allen. So we keep saying there are a lot of suitors. There are a lot of people interested in all of these players and all of these assets that are available. Is it getting to a point where Brandon Ingram might be just getting a little bit blown up? It feels like Brandon Ingram is and I'm air quoting here for those listening just through the audio, is the realistic possibility for every team, which is now driving him to almost being unrealistic, if that makes sense. Because every team thinks that they can grab Brandon Ingram and he's a perfect piece and he's a nice secondary piece. And I just feel like every team is now interested in Brandon Ingram to the point where I said, can I look up Brandon Ingram's stats? I mean, we've been on the same page with Brandon Ingram on the Kings, right? He's a bucket getter. He is, would you call him a generic store Kevin Durant?
Sure. Yeah.
Bucket getter. He's not Kevin Durant, but he can get some buckets for you. His career, he's played 477 games. He's averaged 4.3 assists. He's averaged 19 points. He's averaged 5 rebounds. He's a one-time All-Star. He was the most improved player in 2019, 2020, and he was an all rookie. And I think he's really good, but it's getting to the point again, Chris, where now I think the Kings will probably get priced out if every team thinks Brandon Ingram is a perfect, because I don't want the Kings to overpay for Brandon Ingram, but I don't know who I want the Kings to overpay for.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was trying to say is like the problem with the Kings being in this big fish list is I don't know if they have the assets to actually get the deal done, especially if they're taking Keegan off the board. I mean, there's no way I think Darius Garland would be the best trade chip out there. I mean, I can't imagine anybody being able to match an offer in which Darius Garland is going to be thrown into a trade. Like that is the best player. I can't imagine a team moving off of a player for one of these big fish that's going to be better than Darius Garland. So I can't imagine them losing any sort of arms race to that.
And this guy also brought up if it's Darius Garland and Jarrett Allen, if that's what the Pelicans decide that they want because Valanciunas is moving on, Darius Garland, Jarrett Allen, what are we talking? If the Pelicans are interested, in
I
that,
don't think that's a joint trade. No,
you think they're just moving out?
Yeah, no, there's
get that for Brandon. I'm just saying, unless they were moving off other people.
Yeah.
So I guess he's saying either if they want Brandon Ingram, the Pelicans have pieces and the Cavs have pieces.
Yeah.
If the Pelicans decide we want Jarrett Allen, that we're in the same.
It's more just saying Cleveland can get a deal done if they need to, if they want to.
And now I'm thinking,
but they don't have. Yeah, they need picks. They don't have any picks. They give up all their picks for Donovan Mitchell, so they have to throw good players out there.
Yeah, I'm just thinking every single team. You know what I mean? Warrior fan. I've seen Warrior fans say Brandon Ingram. Every team that is trying to get over the hump feels like Brandon Ingram can get them over the hump. And this list of teams that now want Brandon Ingram, not that he was a secret or anything like that. I just think the Kings are going to get outbid because somebody is getting to the point now that somebody will overpay for Brandon Ingram, and it's not going to be the Kings. And I don't want it to be the Kings.
No, yeah, I think they could if they want to, but I don't think it will be. But yeah, I mean, that's what the big fish list was for, wasn't just to point out the names, but to show how many there are. And so, Cleveland might win the Brandon Ingram one. Someone else might win the Mikal Bridges one. But the point is that there's a lot of different other options the Kings can go for. So while there is a lot of people who are looking for that star, there is a lot of stars that are available via trade. So it's kind of a catch-22 of it feels like there is a big market, but there's also a really big demand as well. So I think everyone, for the most part, could end up happy at the end of this offseason. I don't see why not. There's enough people out there that if the Kings need to get somebody, I think they could. If Cavs need to trade somebody, I think they can. And I think that there's more than enough names out there where everybody can be happy by the start of the new season.
What an optimistic week for one Chris Watkins. The Malik Monk situation, feeling better about that.
I don't think that's necessarily optimistic.
Trades, feeling good about that. Free agency. This is what we love to see. What's the opposite of a wet blanket Wednesday? Because it whatever that is, well, maybe we even can't say it on the airwaves. All right, when we return, next on our prospect list, I'm telling y'all, you don't want to miss what we have next. We'll do what we've continued to do. I got the highlights ready to show Chris, and I'm falling in love with all these guys. The worst draft in the last 25 years? Give me a break. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
My good friends, Dr. Jack Friedlander and Dr. Pash in Roseville and in San Francisco are offering not only confidence, not only security, but also the ability, if you ain't insecure, to go from the roster to the all-star team. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about UpsizeMatters.com. Time after time, vote after vote, circumference, or as we call it, girth, is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. And Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash can give you a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation with immediate results. It's non-surgical. It's virtually pain-free, safe, effective, long-lasting, semi-permanent, and doctor-performed. For more information, go to UpsizeMatters.com. Go to UpsizeMatters.com. Make that change. Make the all-star team. Get your girth on.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive presents Flo and JB announcing a monster truck rally.
And here comes the obliterator. Whoa! And he's up on two wheels. That can't be safe. Oh, I don't recommend flipping your car backwards. Did he even check his blind spot? And the car's on fire. I definitely don't recommend that. This is one of my recurring nightmares.
Progressive is all about keeping it safe, so bundle your home and auto for 24/7 protection. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Coverage not provided for monster trucks. Not available in all states.
At Elk Grove Honda, we make sure every certified pre-owned Honda is one we'd buy from ourselves. And right now, you'll find interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. Our Honda-trained technicians only certify our Hondas if they pass a thorough 182-point inspection. See our exceptional selection of Elk Grove Honda certified pre-owned Hondas with interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
My father was a career United States Air Force pilot, and Memorial Day is a reminder of all he and so many others did for our country. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Right now at the annual Memorial Day sale, everything in the store is on sale. Everything. You'll save 10 to 25% on all living rooms, to sofas, to sectionals, to dining rooms, to bedrooms, to home offices, and so much more. Everything is on sale right now at Naturewood Home Furnishings Memorial Day sale. Whether you're looking to lighten the mood in your living room, brighten up your bedroom, or tighten up your home office, it's all available for you at savings from 10 to 25% at Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop the area's best selection of quality furniture at Naturewood Home Furnishing off Highway 50 in Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
It's Sacktown Sports 49ers insider Emil Fergoso here to tell you about the Sacramento Autograph Expo Trade Night hosted by True Sports Cards, happening at the Fairgrounds in Roseville. Come hang out with fellow hobby enthusiasts as we sell and trade trading cards under the stars at Attaway Pavilion. Trade Night is completely free, happening Saturday, May 18th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. After an action-packed day of meeting your favorite athletes, stick around for a bit. So come on down to Trade Night at the Fairgrounds in Roseville, located at 700 Event Center Drive, Saturday, May 18th from 6 to 9 p.m. For more information, visit sacksportscardexpo.com or hit up Trade Night host Candlestick Sports Cards on Instagram. See you there.
Boss or life won't let you off early? No worries. Country in the Park is Friday evening, and it's full of music and fun. Say no to adulting or the same old Friday. Enjoying the fun. Go to CITPFest.com. That's CITPFest.com for tickets and more info.
She did a listening party the other day at Barclays.
Yeah, maybe I just
Kanye thing.
maybe I just missed it. I didn't know. I didn't see any promotion, and she's incredibly talented. But yeah, new Billie Eilish out there, and new A Boogie with the Hoodie.
Really? I don't think I've ever listened to an A Boogie with the Hoodie song in my life.
I'm against A Boogie with the Hoodie.
I've definitely heard of A Boogie with the Hoodie. I've never listened to it.
He's one of my guilty
I
pleasures.
almost have
Really?
like these rules with these, especially like the modern rappers. If your name is whack, I just can't. I'm not even gonna give you a chance. What is
A
wrong?
Boogie
I don't know.
with the
What is
Hoodie?
wrong with A Boogie with the Hoodie?
And then every album cover, he's got a hood on.
I was at Rolling
You
Loud.
better. You freaking better. You better have a hoodie
A Boogie-
everywhere he
Technically,
goes.
I don't know what his real name is, but I could be A Boogie
I
with
was
the Hoodie.
literally thinking. I was like, "What? A Sizzle with the
A
with the
Sizzle
fizzle or
with the
something?"
fizzle there. it
A
is,
Sizzle with the Fizzle.
Yeah.
But what? How do I fizzle?
I guess you just
Well,
have soda pop with you.
I'm
all
about
the time.
to fizzle when I drop this prospect.
Oh my god!
I was at Rolling Loud when a Boogie beat up Lil B, the bass
When
guy.
a Boogie,
Yeah.
when a Boogie,
Yeah, and it sucked. Lil B came out and he's like, "I can't perform. I gotta go. It's all love." And it was so weird. He like beat him up.
I mean, I'll tell you this much. Tyler Stiles, she'd be having
I
a
thought
couple.
you said Tyler Styles.
Yeah.
like
Tyler Stiles be having some boogies.
Is that your rap name?
Some E Boogie with the hoodies.
What?
Does that mean?
What does that mean?
In her nose.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
You use that little like suction thing.
No.
You get in there yourself.
Yeah.
Oh my
I
gosh.
saw Childish Gambino release music this week too.
Well,
he finished a project. That
Oh
was
yeah, I've been
previously
listening to that all week.
unfinished.
My twin came
Yeah,
out with,
that's right.
and he added that one song. It's called "Human Sacrifice" that
I
he's
didn't hear
been
it.
teasing for
Yeah.
about 5, maybe 7 years.
Mhm.
So he added that, and that's probably what I'm going to listen to on the
Yes.
way home. All right, time to give you another prospect. Now, his wingspan is 7'4". He is 6'10". He is not 7'4". And I saw this breakdown. He's 6'10". He's not Tejan Salon because he does not shoot the 3 ball. But who I'm talking about is Adam Bona. He is a Turkish basketball player who most recently played for UCLA, the Bruins. And they were in the Pac-12. I don't know where they are headed now. And he's 21 years old, born in 2003. And like I said, doesn't shoot the 3 ball, but he is an athletic freak. He's 6'10". He's got a 7'4" wingspan. He was at UCLA for two seasons, okay? And he averaged 7 points his first year. He averaged 12 points his second year. Definitely a project, you know what I mean? But here's a guy, Chris, who is just very athletic, and I don't know if he wouldn't be my first pick, but he's a guy who stuck out to me, and I'm interested to see where he does end up going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing some brief research on him, and I'm seeing he's the 51st ranked prospect in the draft right now, according to ESPN. So he's a second round pick, which is probably ideally what you would like to take with a prospect. And yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think that a big is where the Kings need to go in this draft. I think if they are, I would hope that it would be a more ready to go, ready now prospect. But yeah, I think, looking at the second round, those are kind of the Kings pick 45, I think. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with that pick. They've traded off their second round pick, obviously not last year with Colby Jones, but have traded their second round pick a lot throughout the Monty McNair tenure. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with it and what they do with either of the picks, because, like we said earlier, all these guys are going to move so much. I see Cody Williams right now, who's my guy, is currently at number 12, but I've seen him go as high as in the top 8. So, we're still early in the draft process, but there's definitely some guys that are starting to stick out now, especially with the combine and everything going on. Definitely some people making some big names for themselves for sure.
Yeah, and when you probably weren't as highly touted coming in, you can make a lot of noise, right? So what I'm seeing with Bona, Sports Illustrated, UCLA's Bona turning heads at NBA Draft Combine. Then you have another one, Bona impressing at NBA Draft Combine. So you have another one, Bona wows at NBA Draft Combine. So, like you said, probably going to be around for the Kings if they wanted that second pick. Nobody is talking about going and reaching for him, but if you go to Jean and then you go Bona, I'd be really happy, Chris. And I think the biggest thing with that 7'4" wingspan is defensively, maybe he can do some things for you. But yeah, offensively, he's not going to stretch the floor. It just depends on what need the Kings think that they might have, and they might just move the pick again. To be honest, the difference is I don't know what it would be to just another young team who's just trying to stockpile talent to see if something pops.
Yeah, I mean, so people have tons of different reasons for trading second round picks. It could be for cap reasons. It could be just they have no interest in carrying that many young guys, and you can trade 1 second rounder now for 2 second rounders in the future. There's tons of different reasons why they might move off and why they have. I mean, they've moved off of some really good players in the past too. The Kings have traded Gary Trent Jr. in the second round. They drafted, Xavier Tillman in the second round. There's been a couple guys where the Kings have taken with their second round pick. Jaden Hardy, again, is somebody else who's now on Dallas. There's been a couple times where they've taken really good players in the second round that they probably could have used, but then traded off for a myriad of different reasons.
There you go. So sometimes our prospects will be that top pick. Sometimes they'll be maybe the second rounder. Chris is gonna grind some film as well. We're gonna keep this thing rocking and rolling for you until draft night, of course. When we return, 12 o'clock on the dot, Mike Brown extension possibly coming. Is he looking for 8 digits like some of his counterparts? We get into it and get your thoughts on Mike Brown, the job he's done, and what he deserves. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles the man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Vapes and cigarettes are responsible for the excessive amount of secondhand smoke in California.
From our sidewalks to our parks, restaurants, offices, and work sites, over half of Californians are at risk of being exposed to thousands of toxic chemicals.
Go to secondhanddangers.org for an action plan to protect yourself and your family from toxic harm that could last a lifetime.
Because even outdoors, there's no such thing as safe secondhand smoke.
Sponsored by Breathe California, Sacramento region.
Right now, while you're sitting on the couch or just driving around, your friends are at the Hagen Oaks Driving Range powered by Top Tracer. The vibe is perfect, whether you're an accomplished player or a newbie. Play a variety of fun games, play Pebble Beach, or compete against friends at the Hagen Oaks Driving Range. Hungry? The Hangout Food Truck offers burgers, chicken strips, and more. Check the summer-long free concert schedule. Be a part of the fun at the Hagen Oaks Driving Range, Fulton Avenue at Cap City Freeway, open until midnight.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, what's happening for Chrysler's It's the Season sales event?
We're sad to say goodbye to the last of the new gas-powered 2023 Dodge Challenger and Chargers, but we're sending them out in style. Right now, you can save up to $12,500 off MSRP on the very last of the new 2023 Dodge Chargers and Challengers in stock. GT or SXT, you pick, starting at just $24,350.
It's hard to believe this is really the end.
Yep, once they're gone forever. Don't wait and miss your chance because there's only a few left, and with savings like this, they won't last long.
Hurry in before they're gone or search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$12,500 total net savings after $8,500 factory rebates and $4,000 dealer discount. 10th of this net savings, $24,350 net price on new 2023 Dodge Challenger SXT after $8,530 factory rebates and $54.70 dealer discounts. Sample VIN 648401. See dealer for details.
So here's a fact. 85% of the population will suffer from foot pain in their lifetime. That's almost everyone. So you'd think there'd be plenty of healthy long-term remedies, but there just aren't. Right? Hi, I'm Dan from the Good Feet store. You know, people come in all the time sharing the same frustrating story. Bought this, tried that, been there, done whatever, all different kinds of things, but all with a similar result. Nothing. A discouraging and endless cycle of disappointment. If this rings a bell, don't despair. There is hope. If you think you've tried everything, you probably haven't tried Good Feet arch supports from the Good Feet store. They're designed to relieve, even eliminate the pain commonly caused by certain foot conditions like plantar fasciitis, bunions, flat feet, and others. Plus, provide better balance and increased comfort.
Do you have sore feet, an aching back, or plantar fasciitis? Then get to the Good Feet store nearest you for your free arch support fitting. Good Feet arch supports are only available at the Good Feet store.
We all have some things from the past that we might regret, or better yet, might like to get rid of. I'm talking about that mistake you made years ago that still may be haunting you. How great would it be if that could be expunged and gone? Poof! Just like that. But where do you go for something like that? Try the Gonzalez Law Offices. Jonathan Gonzalez is right here in downtown Sacramento, and he's here for you. Maybe you need someone for wrongful termination. Again, the Gonzalez Law Offices. Go to saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
This segment is brought to you by Aztec Solar. Skip the sales pitch. Calculate your solar savings at yourpowersavings.com.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports.
I'm drowning.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
So icy, wonder why she
Hey, Boogie.
Yeah, no, I've heard this. I've definitely heard this. And this is exactly why I have that policy.
I'm yawning.
Like, what is, like, I hate to sound like get off my lawn guy, but, like, what the hell is this, bro? Like, what is this?
I just...
And even, like, Roddy Ricch. Like, Roddy Ricch at least makes, like, I guess, not pop, but, like, you know, it's kind of catchy, but... I got like
they're all like, right.
what is going on with this screaming and the whining on the mic? It's just like I have never felt more washed in my life than all these baby somethings and
the problem to me is that I feel like any of us could do this now. If you got enough auto-tune, you know what I mean? But I just treat it like TV. I have some good TV that I watch, and I have some bad TV that I watch. And I have some good music that I listen to, and I have some music that I'm not proud that I listen to.
Interesting. I've never thought of it like that. Because, I would just say I have no time for any bad. Like, if I don't, like, because I don't just watch shows like that. Like, I'm always like, if I'm going to invest in a show, it's going to be a good show. I'm not just going to hop in and see.
I'm talking about
movies or music's the same thing for me. Where I'm like, I think half the reason why I'm like, I'm just not gonna dive into it is because.
But I would put any of these. I would put the challenge there. I would put the challenge. I would put.
Great.
But I think it could be in that junk food category. I would put the challenge. I would put any dating show, The Bachelor, any of those.
Yeah, I'm not on those.
Okay.
Chris is too busy checking his text messages to be.
No, he's not. He's not though. He's busy looking at the number of text messages that he has.
56.
He's not actually
seeing that number go up.
Yeah.
He's not actually reading them. And Mike Brown wants to be reading a lot of zeros when it comes to this next contract. Chris, you have a kind of a breakdown from Jake Fisher, Yahoo Sports, on now the word that's being used is expected. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It seems like it's a matter of when, not if, for Mike Brown getting this extension. We first heard about this. I believe it was a joint article with Sam Amick and our guy Anthony Slater as well, who initially reported Mike Brown's contract hadn't really been brought up yet in terms of extending him, and definitely led to a lot of questions and a lot of nervousness from my side. And now, it seems like things have definitely been picking up. This is from Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports. He put this out in an article actually outlining more so the Lakers coaching search and how that process is going. Jake Fisher had this to say. He said, quote, "The outcome of the Lakers process and the rest of this unfolding coaching cycle, which has already included paydays for Jason Kidd and Suns' new head coach Mike Budenholzer, will also provide added context for Mike Brown's contract extension conversations in Sacramento. With Brown's Coach of the Year credentials and the new benchmarks for coaching salaries after Monty Williams landed a $70 million+ deal from Detroit and Budenholzer's recent $10 million average annual salary, Brown's talks are expected to center around a similar 8-figure threshold as well, league sources tell Yahoo Sports and Jake Fisher. For what it's worth, Tom Thibodeau's own extension number in New York, sources said, is anticipated to finish in that same ballpark. So it's sounding like we are getting closer and closer to a Mike Brown deal, and it's sounding like he's going to get paid like one of the best coaches in the NBA, which a lot of people tell me that he is not. But I think he definitely is deserving of, if Monty Williams is getting $10 million, if Mike Budenholzer is getting $10 million, if Tom Thibodeau, for what he's doing in New York, is going to get him $10+ million, I think Mike Brown definitely deserves to be in that pay range as well.
I would agree with that. And
it's kind of like the quarterback situation too, where, sorry if I took your thing.
You got me.
No.
I was in the same realm as you as far as it's the market. The market's dictating this stuff. And, the other place I was going to take this is take Budenholzer, for example. And he's a champion, hasn't coached. He gets back into the fold here. Yeah. We talk about the coaching carousel, right? And regardless of what people think, I think where the Kings are at is the grass isn't always greener. And Mike Budenholzer being hired as quickly as he did and not giving a chance to, some teams are going to take chances, and maybe it's due to it being the Suns and, hey, we're ready to go versus a Jordy Fernandez and the net, hey, let's grow together, right? But I guess where I'm going with this is that Mike Brown is still firmly in the coaching carousel. You can move on from him if you want, right? And hope that whoever you get next is as good or better. And if they're just as good, then why did you move off from Mike Brown anyway? But Mike Brown, he would be a head coach if not this past. Depending on who stinks this next season, Mike Brown would probably get hired.
Yes.
So you can't
end up back in Cleveland.
Back in Cleveland. So you can't have egg on your face. Move on from Coach Mike Brown.
Yeah.
Get somebody who's not as good, and he would get another. He
100%.
is 100%. So from the 5-3-0, and I know we've broken this down before. What's the advantage of the Kings extending Mike Brown now? Make him work for it. It's not like he can have
this morning.
It's not like he can have a career-ending injury. So what we discussed and how it's kind of what would you say, Chris? An unspoken.
Yeah.
An unspoken rule that you don't make coaches coach with their life on the line. It just doesn't typically happen. If you do let them coach on that last year, unless something happens like NC State in March Madness where this guy was going to get fired and then they go to the Final Four,
right.
Most of the time it ends, right? But in theory, you could let him go. And the Kings make the playoffs, you sign them. They don't, you move off. I guess technically you could do that.
Right. Yeah. I think it's, it's definitely like an unspoken thing that coaches just don't go into lame duck seasons. And it's more just so normally it's like, what am I going to do in the 1 year that's really going to ultimately change your opinion on everything? And then, I would say that the advantage now is you could argue it's the same thing as a player. It's lock him down now, because if the Kings are in a situation where, like you said, what if the Kings do go to the conference finals next year? Well, then you're probably going to have to pay Mike Brown a little bit more money. And no, it's whatever, because it doesn't go towards the salary cap or it doesn't actually affect your team building. It's just all coming out of Vivek's pockets. But from a franchise, from an organization, the reason why you would do it earlier rather than later is because you could potentially get a better price now than you would moving forward. And if your intention is to keep Mike Brown long-term anyway,
right,
why not just get it done now? I think the counter to that would be, well, I don't know if they've made that decision yet.
Right. And let's say they don't make the play. And these things happen so quick, too. Mike Brown has built this thing up for a couple years now. Okay, they don't make the playoffs. They don't extend him. They don't make the playoffs. And Vivek says, all right, we're moving off of Mike Brown. Now this whole core and one thing I heard High Flyer on the Drive Guys yesterday with Whitey and Jay. And one thing he said when it comes to Malik Monk that we really haven't talked about very much, Chris. And we talked about Malik Monk from a coaching standpoint and a system standpoint, right? And it's to a lesser degree than it is with coaching in college. But High Flyer was essentially saying that I don't know that Malik would, when we bring up the Spurs, I don't know that Malik would really like the Spurs setup, and with being with Popovich and what Popovich would or would not allow him to do. The relationship that it's less about Popovich and more about the relationship that he's cultivated with Coach Mike Brown. And I think there's something to be said. Let's say Malik stays, right? Let's say 4 years. And then you have De'Aaron, who obviously has come up with Mike Brown here, and Keegan Murray, who's come up. So you've built something. They go to the play-in again, right? And really a part of this is Monty McNair, what do you do? If you want to get rid of Mike Brown and you make no moves, and Allen ate the Carolina Reaper, and you get to the play-in again because this West is ridiculous, and then you fire Mike Brown or you don't re-sign Mike Brown, so you're going to bring in somebody, start from scratch in May. It would be around this time because they'd be done again. You're going to bring in somebody in May or June, and now you're going to take that leap to the playoffs now with an all-new staff? I mean, it makes
sense to me.
It doesn't make very sense to me either.
No, it doesn't make any sense to me. And then, also the risk that you run if Mike Brown goes into this lame duck season is, again, what if the Kings do well and then Mike Brown is a little resentful and he's like, you know what? I'm a free agent. Like, you guys let me play out my contract, and I just brought the Kings out of 16 years of a playoff drought and then brought them to the playoffs 2 of 3 years, and then the year that I didn't, they were a game away from making the playoffs.
With those injuries.
With all of those injuries and everything. And so he might say, I don't think I've been treated very well here. Maybe not all the dysfunction is gone. Like, I think that there's a lot more incentive for the Kings to lock up Mike Brown from even just hey, no, look, we are stable. There is Sacramento and stability go hand in hand, where you just leave the window open for the potential of more chaos and laying out the situation you just laid out, where you did all of this work. You spent 3 years trying to get yourself out of this hole. You're potentially putting yourself at risk to start all over again from scratch with, or maybe not from scratch, but start over again with a brand new coach who has to build new relationships, and you got to figure it out. And then he's on his own timeline as well. And it just kind of becomes a mess. And you probably should have just read up and stayed the course and maybe made a move later. But I think right here, like, I just think, even if you think Mike Brown isn't the solution for this team to win a championship, I don't see how you can't say, at the very least, in the next 2 years, Mike Brown is good enough to get the job done. Like, even if you believe you got to do the Steve Kerr thing and fire Mark Jackson to get Steve Kerr to take you over the hump, I think Mike Brown still needs to be given the room to at least build out the floor of this thing before you're just going to completely rip it out from under him.
I got some numbers, and I know it doesn't work hand in hand like this, but these are some numbers that if I'm Mike Brown and his agent, Vivek, we got some talking to do. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
You'll find Kevin Herter is Sacktown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into 3. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
This schedule release update is sponsored by Xfinity Odds Zone, providing you with a new way to watch live sports, allowing you to get odds from popular sportsbooks on the same screen as the big game.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports. Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys, live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus, view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, got a new biz that I ain't promoting. All of my friends love money, don't.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Let me tell you something about my life. In every single chain, and my diamond rings, the way you walk.
Like, what is? You remember that kid in the bathroom was like, "Gra-ta-ta-ta." What is? Like, what is
It's A Boogie. Nate is feeling it anyway.
Dude, yeah.
Nate is definitely feeling it. If there was some A Boogie featuring Juicy J,
Chris, you're good at that.
Wow. I mean, you know, yeah. I used to work at the hip hop station when we had one here, and this was like the Roddy Ricch, like all this era is like right when I got out, and
first day out,
man.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I got out at the right time. Even then, I mean, yeah, it's. Yeah.
Banger.
This is
the
just,
last one.
this is
A
like
back shoulder
my
banger.
back shoulder banger.
He does his thing again.
Boogie with the hoodie. Outstanding stuff. Nicely done, Nate. And I got a number, Chris, here, and tell me if Mike Brown is able to take this to the table as well, because there's a fine line between the players being the reason for these numbers and the coach also being able to say, hey, I'm part of these numbers too. So this is from Statista, and I spent more time on Statista within the last couple weeks than I ever thought I would. Chris, this is actually insane. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Statista.
I'm gonna have to pay for the premium pretty soon here.
Statista Jr.
Chris, this is actually insane. Okay, from 2022 to 2023, which is obviously when the Kings made their jump. All right. This is by far the largest increase in the franchise history in terms of money, and it was under Mike Brown. That's just the truth. So this is if I'm Mike Brown's agent, I'm putting this on the table. I'm pulling up. I am DMing or I am slacking Vivek with these numbers, Chris. The value of the National Basketball Association franchise, Sacramento Kings, increased markedly in 2023, reaching $3.3 billion US. This was an increase of around 64% from the previous year when the figure stood at $2 billion.
Wow.
That's
yeah,
over $1 billion.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
If I'm Mike Brown, look, man.
I mean, that's not all Mike
No.
Brown.
I'm just saying, Vivek here, we've made life pretty good for you.
For sure.
On the court and off the court.
Yeah. No,
you
definitely.
talk about the pyrotechnics all the time.
Definitely. Yeah. Pyrotechnics, they're great. You know, yeah, you need to make the playoffs in order to get all that fuel, I guess, or something like that. But yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. I think he plays a part in it. I think, it's maybe something you could throw to Vivek. And I mean, I think the bigger point is just, hey, like, do you want this franchise in general to be most valuable? Well, consistency is a great way of doing it. Just at least at the very basement level of it, finding levels of consistency, being a good team for some time, at the very least, will keep your bottom line stable. And I think that's, of course, every businessman that'll speak to them. But yeah, I mean, for sure. I think the fact that the franchise has gone up in value, he can throw it at him if he wants. Yeah.
Along with everything else.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just saying, this is from UPS Chris on the 916. Pay the man! 3 exclamation points. We can't afford to start over again in the middle of Fox and Sabonis's prime.
Yeah, that too. I mean, right. You have to get the right person. And especially if it would be this offseason, it's one thing to let somebody go, but if you're letting somebody go and don't have somebody immediately in mind, I don't know what you're doing. And so I don't know who is that name, and I'm not asking the public to let me know, but just who is the coach that they would identify as the, oh my gosh, yes, we have to swap this for this, and this makes the most sense. I don't see that name out there. There's not some hot young coaching prospect out there that, Charles Lee is a name that's been thrown around. He was in the Kings' first initial interviews for when Mike Brown got the job.
Jordy Fernandez.
That's maybe a name. I don't really know where they would look if Mike Brown goes, because Mike Brown is the most qualified. Think about Mike Brown's qualifications here. He's coached all these stars. He's coached Tim Duncan, LeBron, Steph Curry, Kobe, KD, everybody on those Steph Curry teams, coached for the Warriors, brought a team that hadn't been to the playoffs in X amount of years to the playoffs in his first season. That sounds like the guy that you should want to bring in to coach you. And that's the guy that the Kings have. So I don't know who they're I always say, like, there's not some Sean McVay of basketball just sitting out there, being somebody's coordinator. Not that I know of, at least. And if that guy existed, it might make a little bit more sense to me. But it just feels like you would be firing Mike Brown for the sake of firing Mike Brown.
Curtis Hicks on the Sack Chat. Don't let history repeat itself. We locked down Domas when he had a year left, and that affected the salary. This doesn't affect the cap at all. So lock Mike Brown down now. No questions asked. 3 exclamation points. Yeah. You know what I was thinking, Chris, when you were talking about the whole Wonder Boy thing, and I know Sean McVay just did this crazy memorization schedule release thing.
I'm with you. I'm out on that.
Dave loves it. He said, no, none of us know football.
LeBron does it too.
Yeah, it's just we get it.
Oh yeah, it was a baseline out of balance. Yeah.
Exactly. So when it comes to Eric Spoelstra and the whole Wonder Boy thing, is there a reason? Who is on the Miami Heat staff? Why does it feel like the Miami Heat staff, for how smart Eric Spoelstra is, why does it feel like they don't get poached that much?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I know he has like some former players on his staff, but I'm not really super familiar with anybody on Miami's staff. No, I really don't know, unless maybe it's just a league consensus that it is Spoelstra who orchestrates it all. And, I'm sure Pat Riley also has a really big say in it. Pat Riley's one of the best coaches that's ever coached in the NBA. So I'm sure it's just a combination of those two that get a lot of the credit. And maybe it's as simple as that. I'm really not sure, because it's a good question. I mean, everybody wants to have a piece of Heat culture, but you just saw somebody try and take a piece of Kings culture with Jordy Fernandez.
That's what I'm saying.
That equivalent isn't really done around the league, unless I'm just unfamiliar with, maybe it happened earlier in Spoelstra's coaching career, and now, he's kind of gotten to the point where his guys are his guys.
From the 530, I think this is probably fair. How many huge leads has Mike Brown lost, though? Does he need to change a little to make this next
the NBA
leap?
Everybody blows crazy. The Kings were not unique in blowing big leads. I'm not saying that's an excuse. Well, I guess I kind of am saying that's an excuse. I would just say that that's commonplace in the NBA. The Kings didn't do it, to my knowledge, and I believe we looked at the numbers in the middle of the season. I don't think the Kings lost big leads more so than significantly more than anybody else in the league.
It was the end. I think everyone has a bad taste in their mouth.
A top 10, but it wasn't a top 5.
I think it was the end of the season. Yeah. That gave everybody kind of a bad taste in their mouth. But what I would say is they weren't favored in any of those games. And I don't know if you would use this as an excuse or not, but they got up by role players getting hot, and then the role players got cold.
Sure, yeah.
You know what I mean? The games, to me, it was what, OKC and the Knicks, right? On that last home stretch where they were on the road, but they were trying to just stack up these wins and they couldn't do it. To me, I'm just whatever the case is, I'm giving those a pass. They weren't doing anything with Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter out. It is what it is. But I would say that to the 530, everybody's got to continue to evolve. You know what I mean? I don't think that's innocent. I don't think that's innocent to or to specific to Mike Brown. I think if you're not the last team holding up the trophy and holding up the championship rings, then you need to be better. Yeah. So I think everybody needs to be better.
I think it was a matter of, he just didn't have the personnel that he wanted. You saw what happened when Huerter and Monk went down. They completely shifted their identity to an identity that I personally think is the one that Mike Brown wants this team to have. They just don't have the players for it. Like, he didn't have the personnel he needs to play the style of play that I think he actually wants to play. I think he's playing this style because it's the players that they have, this run and gun, motion offense, all this stuff. We've said it before. I think Mike Brown wants to play a lot more like the Knicks than he does play like the Warriors. And I think that I won't say where it's coming from, and this is not I'm not breaking anything or sourcing anything, but I just think that there's some sort of, not misunderstanding, but a push and pull of what Mike Brown thinks this team should look like and maybe what the organization wants the team to look like. Is what it feels to me. I mean, again, we've talked about Mike Brown really loves guys like Juan Toscano-Anderson. He does not like guys. He doesn't feel like Sasha Vezenkov was an absolute necessity for this team this year.
Right.
He got JTA and played him like the first day he was here. He closed the game against Phoenix, I think, with JTA out on the floor.
Yes, he did.
And there was nights where we couldn't hit the bottom of the ocean and Sasha Vezenkov wouldn't see the floor. So I think there's a bit of a conflict between Mike Brown and what the players that they bring in are. And I don't know which one will give. I don't even know if it's 100% a real thing, but just looking at it from the outside in, there, to me, Mike Brown, a defensive coach, always constantly preaching defense. I just feel like he wants more defensive-minded players here.
Coming up next, more Mike Brown talk. Also, is Bronny getting too much attention? The four-letter network had a heated debate. We play some of the clips and we react. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SacktownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SacktownSports.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BC. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Hi, everyone. It's Emron Pilati, host of the True Sports Card Show here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday at 10 a.m. Would you like a chance to meet Ricky Henderson, Dennis Rodman, Johnny Manziel, Randy Johnson, Frank Thomas, Vlad Guerrero Sr., Dave Stewart, and our favorite Malik Monk, and meet over 90 sports card dealers all in one weekend? This is your chance to do it on May 17th through the 19th at the Roseville Fairgrounds at the Sacramento Autograph Expo. You can get all the information about the show on our website at sacautograph.expo.com. That's sacautograph.expo.com.
Thunder, feel the thunder. It ignites something inside of you. Lightning and the thunder. Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Winter's gone, so there's no excuses for missing out on Sacramento's premier country festival, Country in the Park. It's this Friday and Saturday. Don't miss your chance to see
Rayleigh Gilbert, Dustin Letts, Jake Owen, Walker Hayes,
Brian Kelly, Drew Baldridge, Brian Martin, Michael Ray,
Ingrid Andress, Priscilla Block,
Chase Matthew.
Tickets are only $46 per day. Buy your tickets now at CITPFest.com. That's CITPFest.com. Or take your chances at the gate. Brought to you by Junior Restaurant and Lounge, Vernick Academy, and Fieldhouse American Sports Pub.
Nothing tastes better than a craft beer on a beautiful afternoon. Sunrise Marketplace is transforming the Sunrise Mall parking lot into a backyard hangout on May 18th, featuring the best craft breweries, home brewers, cideries, meaderies, and distilleries, plus food trucks, backyard games, and one of the best events happening this year. Tickets are on sale now at shopsmp.com. Use discount code BREW24 for $5 off general admission. Every ticket helps support Citrus Heights Heart and Citrus Heights Rotary.
Hagen Oaks Demo Days is in the home stretch, and this is your last chance to register for an individual fitting appointment with the manufacturer's fitting staff from Ping, TaylorMade, Mizuno, Callaway, Cleveland, Strixon, and Zexio. You've waited many long months for the new golf season, and Hagen Oaks has your new golf gear right now. Book your individual Hagen Oaks Demo Days fitting appointment. Call 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for your personal fitting. Hagen Oaks, Fulton Avenue at Cap City Freeway or HagenOaks.com.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
Is this a Boogie with the hoodie as well?
Tell Dave that. Paul Skeens, the top pitching prospect in Major League Baseball, debut today, and he's balling. I mean, the guy throws over 100 miles per hour. He was a baller at LSU. He's dating, I guess, social media gymnast, and I'm pretty sure she won a national championship, so I'm not trying to downplay her accomplishments, Livy Dunn, but they're kind of a social media. Major League Baseball has been trying to push them as a power couple, and he is chucking today. He has pitched 4 innings. He's got 9 strikeouts in 4 innings. He struck out his first 6 batters. So in the age, Chris, of Jackson Holiday not doing too well, right. And I know, what was it, Jack Leiter, also Al Leiter's son, didn't do too hot his first start. Yeah, Paul Skeens is the real deal.
Yeah.
Paul Skeens is the real deal.
They're really pushing him, too.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot.
Yeah. Can I say something? And there is nothing good. I would never say that anything good came out of the pandemic. I would never say that, right? Because I would never say that. But I do think that because of the pandemic and losing a season and the shortened draft rounds, right? I feel like baseball has been forced into a new philosophy of pushing these guys forward pretty quickly. And I do think it could help. Baseball needs a lot of help.
Yeah.
But I remember I follow baseball pretty closely, but Paul Skeens was just on LSU.
Yes, exactly.
And now he's in the big leagues.
Yes.
And that was not happening prior to the pandemic.
Yeah. And I mean, the reality of the situation is I can't really pinpoint when it shifted, but I mean, because my entire life it's been this way, but the draft, especially in the NFL and in the NBA, like, I mean, that's a huge driver for just, I mean, traffic. I mean, it's a huge, the NFL draft is one of the biggest content machines that there is. And like, baseball's just missing out on right now we're going through NBA prospects daily. Yeah. Baseball's been missing out on all of that for the longest time. I mean, you could have had conversations about prospects and things like that, but when it comes, there's nothing quite like the draft and everything that it means for bad teams that give you hope. Baseball always had an issue of it'd be 4 or 5 years later, and then, now he's coming up and it's in minimal, and then it's just, the immediacy, especially now in just the age that we're in, the immediacy of getting the payoff of, like you said, I just saw him at LSU and now he's pitching in the pros.
Excuse me. This is his second start. He started May 11th. He had 7 strikeouts in his first start, also against the Cubs, and he is facing the Cubs today. He pitched 4 innings, and it was a bit rough. He had 6 hits today. A little bit of a different story. 4 innings, 0 hits, 0 earned runs, and 9 strikeouts. Chris, this man was drafted in he was drafted last year.
That's crazy.
In 2023.
Yeah, that's nuts.
I will have to look up the last time that's happened.
Yeah. What is that? Because Holiday was probably 2 years ago.
Yeah,
right?
I know A-Rod flew through, but I don't think it was 1 year.
Yeah, Strasburg too. Maybe he might have had like a cup of, because I remember the Strasburg date. Strasburg was really the closest in my lifetime, I felt like, where there was a college prospect that was bigger than everything, and then you were excited for his pro debut. They made the whole lead up to it and everything, and Steven Strasburg's probably just random aside got one of the most strange careers to try and figure out.
Somebody asked, I think we did this because he just retired.
Right, he just retired maybe a month ago.
Yeah,
I think it was,
and I feel like we did this when it was heading towards that. Was Steven Strasburg a bust?
I would say
he won a World Series.
I would probably say yes if he won the World Series for a different team.
Mm-hmm.
Is that weird? Because like you would be a bust for the Nationals because he never lived up to the draft pick for the Nationals, but he obviously eventually did have the moment. It was for the Nationals, but if it would have been for a completely different team, if he would have flamed out, become a free agent, signed somewhere else, and then had this resurgence, it would have felt like, yes, he was a bust, but he had this career renaissance versus if it's just all encapsulating within the same organizational umbrella. It feels like, no, it was just he got hurt. And then when he finally wasn't hurt, he was great. So I don't know. It's just really weird. I don't know if there's a Cy Young sprinkled in there as well. I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
One of those years.
Well, and then again, we love Summers here, and it's definitely the bus conversation can go on and on as far as being a bus on a specific team and moving forward. Real quick, Chris, before we get into this Bronny stuff, I saw something on the SAC chat, and I feel like it doesn't get brought up a lot. And I wanted to get your take on it as someone who was boots on the ground here. The idea of, we hear so much about, and obviously players are always going to get more of the pub, but we hear about Tyrese Halliburton, right? We hear about guys that the Kings had or guys that the Kings missed on, not drafting Luka. This guy's won a championship now, and maybe it's because he has Jokic, but why don't you think a lot of people don't bag on the Kings moving on from Michael Malone?
That's a good question. Probably because they don't know that, not Kings fans, but like national people probably don't even know that Michael Malone spent time in Sacramento. It's a really good question. I probably don't have a good answer to it because it really is, I wouldn't say it's a passion project of mine, but it is something that I am and at the time, especially, there was tons of Kings fans who were upset about it. But I think it was just you could almost argue it was by design, because the way that the Kings did it that season was, there should be a 30 for 30 about it, honestly, with how just scandalous it was. Alan, if you were here, you would have lost your mind, because the Kings fired Mike Malone. I don't know, maybe it must have been like 15 games into the season. And then they ran out Ty Corbin for maybe a month and a half, 2 months. They were terrible. And the entire time Ty Corbin was the coach, the entire conversation of the fan base was, let's get George Karl in here. Where's George Karl? Okay, George Karl makes a lot of sense. George Karl wants to coach. He's one of the best coaches of all time. Why don't we get him in here? And then George Karl comes and nothing is different. And it was just a very, very weird season where by the end of the year, you almost forgot it started with Mike Malone getting fired because DeMarcus Cousins got sick after they had been on the best stretch. So I don't have a good answer. I think they should definitely be criticized more, but honestly, the sad reality might be is that the Kings have a lot more things to make fun of in between now and then besides firing Mike Malone.
Yeah, I saw that pop up on the SAC chat, and
that was a great question.
Yeah. Well, and now Kings fan on the SAC chat is saying, actually, Alan, they do. We do. So I think there are definitely a lot of people that feel the same way.
Yeah, people in Sacramento definitely bring it up.
That you do. Coming up next, Bronny. Is it time to stop talking about Bronny? Man, did it get heated over there in L.A. or wherever that studio is. They got a lot of them now. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Welcome to the May Springtime Sales Event at Kia of Vacaville. Are you ready for an exceptional automotive journey? We're excited to present to you the pinnacle of automotive excellence, the Kia Telluride. As May unfolds, come explore the remarkable features of the Kia Telluride. Beyond being just a vehicle, it embodies a lifestyle with a seamless blend of sophistication and practicality. The Telluride is ready to elevate your driving experience to extraordinary heights. Whether you're embarking on a family getaway or navigating busy city streets, the Kia Telluride offers unparalleled comfort and innovation. Moreover, with Kia's unwavering commitment to safety and reliability, you can drive with absolute confidence wherever your adventures take you. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Experience the exceptional Kia Telluride firsthand. Visit us today at Kia of Vacaville and take advantage of exclusive offers during the May Springtime Sales Event. Your adventure awaits. Kia of Vacaville, where innovation meets excellence. Model availability, lease options, and features may vary. Please visit Kia of Vacaville for more details.
You've been waiting all winter for the snow to melt and the golf course to awaken. It's time for your long-awaited spring golf getaway to Plumas Pines Golf Resort in beautiful Gray Eagle, California. The timing is perfect to take advantage of Plumas Pines Spring Special. You can walk the course for $75 or ride for $90, available 7 days a week through May 23rd. Beneath towering pines adjacent to the Feather River, Plumas Pines Golf Resort offers a spectacular round of mountain golf. You'll love the grandeur of the Sierra, the calmness of Gray Eagle, and the wonderful test of golf at Plumas Pines with spring special rates of $75 to walk and $90 to ride 7 days a week until May 23rd. Make your reservation at plumaspinesgolf.com. Whether you visit for the day or stay a few days, Plumas Pines Golf Resort will make your play memorable. Visit plumaspinesgolf.com and make your tee time reservations for the spring special rates available 7 days a week. That's plumaspinesgolf.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
Seems like all this artificial intelligence stuff stirs up the age-old debate of man versus machine. Hi, it's Dan from the Good Feet store, and let me ask you, would you let a robot cut your hair? Would you rely on an app to teach a kid to ride a two-wheeler? Let's face it, some things require the human touch. People come to us seeking a solution to foot, leg, and back pain after trying all kinds of things recommended by in-store machines or website blurbs. An impersonal, generic approach to solving a problem that's unique to you. No wonder they usually don't work. At the Good Feet store, you'll meet with an arch support specialist who will take the time to learn about your needs, your feet, your lifestyle, and then fit you from over 300 models and sizes of arch supports, designed for pain relief, better balance, and more comfort.
Do you have sore feet, an aching back, or plantar fasciitis? Then get to the Good Feet store nearest you for your free arch support fitting. Good Feet arch supports are only available at the Good Feet store.
At Elk Grove Honda, we make sure every certified pre-owned Honda is one we'd buy from ourselves. And right now, you'll find interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. Our Honda-trained technicians only certify our Hondas if they pass a thorough 182-point inspection. See our exceptional selection of Elk Grove Honda certified pre-owned Hondas with interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda. Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. On your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
Prepping in the jail cell for golf because he was
That's
arrested at 6.
incredible.
I don't know when his tee time was.
It was 2-hour difference.
I think
it
they
wasn't
said they
a lot.
moved it to like 10:30, so he was arrested at 6, and then I believe his tee time was 10:30.
He was saying there wasn't anger that he had. It was more shock, and he said the police officer that arrested him, had him in the car, was really nice and was like helping him calm down. There was a point where he asked the police officer, "Hey, can you come over and just hang out with me and talk to me and to kind of talk me through this, just to calm me down?" He said that helped him out a lot. I think he was just in like complete shock and nervous. He's still speaking right now, but that's just what I heard.
Yeah, he finished 5 under, and he is now 9 under. He is tied for second.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I think he just found the cheat code.
Yeah. It's is that a GTA reference?
Yeah.
Is that what that is? Yeah, I mean, I cannot imagine playing under that much stress. I just golf is already the most mentally exhausting sport there is, where you're already in your head about feet placement, hand placement, follow everything about your shots in your head. I can't imagine thinking like, do I need to like lawyer up for this?
Right.
Am I, is this going on my record? How do I get out of this?
Turnover
is everybody
so ridiculous.
knowing this?
Yeah.
Like, it's the turnover that's absolutely insane, and definitely I would say this is a fairly iconic performance. As crazy as it is, like as crazy as the situation is, the fact that, I mean, obviously somebody perished this morning, but it's just a crazy story. Like there's not really much like bad going on with it, again, except for the death. It's just a really, really crazy 12 hours that this has been for Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, and then if he goes on to win it, I mean, I think that would
man, that's the icing on the cake.
Yeah.
You better watch Full Swing when it comes out on Netflix. This is like the greatest promo ever.
So yeah, if there are any other updates, we will keep you in the loop there.
Nuts.
As we move on to what could be the end of Bronny talk. So a lot of people joke and call it LeBron Center and say that these outlets are just obsessed with LeBron, right? And you don't really get, and we've been tough on Kendrick Perkins, and you don't really get to see people break character. And I do say, as much as I joke about the athlete podcast, you will see athletes, mostly former athletes, fully break character. Kendrick Perkins has broken character before about where he works and how they essentially told him, First Take, it's a debate show. They basically told him, I think he said it was Suns Bucks, and a take that he actually had, they said, hey, well, whether it was Stephen A or whoever is going in that direction, what do you think about this? And basically they said it like, we want you to go in the opposite direction, even though he didn't feel that way. So Kendrick Perkins, and Chris, you made a great point during the pre-show that Kendrick Perkins is essentially doing this, I guess, for fun. He's never, I don't know if Kendrick Perkins wants to be one of the best analysts of all time. Right. He's just enjoying himself, having a good time, and he doesn't need this money as far as I know. So Kendrick Perkins is on, what is it, Chris, NBA Today? Was it NBA Today?
Yeah.
And this was yesterday, and it's Kendrick Perkins, Ramona Shelburne, and they start kind of getting into it, if you will, about the Bronny coverage. And the whole thing was pretty interesting because you don't see them get into it like this. So the first thing we have is Mark Spears breaking down what scouts are telling him about Bronny. And then we have Perk breaking down how he feels about all this Bronny talk. But here is Mark Spears, and this is a pretty crazy situation here.
Scout 1. I still don't think he's ready, but he did some good things. He's on the smaller side, so he's going to have to be elite on defense. You can see he has good vision, makes right passes, takes good shots. He's probably going to need more time. If the Lakers don't draft him, I don't see anyone drafting him. Teams would want him on a two-way, and I don't think Clutch would want that. It gets a little tougher. The other scout I talked to, positional athlete, doesn't function as an elite athlete, tweener stuck between two positions. Should be a point guard based on his size, but he can't run an offense. He's handicapped as an undersized shooting guard because he can't shoot. 0-4 on threes on one day, 1 for 3 the other day. Needs screens to create space, and his only scoring came on paint touch floaters and can only go left. His strength is supposed to be defensively, but he's a switch matchup. Every bigger player who switched on him scored. He's a poor man's Davion Mitchell. He is not an NBA prospect, in my opinion. Not my words of 2 veteran NBA scouts.
Man.
That's harsh.
And he can still pull out, right?
Yes, yeah, he can still pull out. I believe I looked at the date the other day, and I think it's in mid-June. I think it's a couple weeks before the draft.
The problem is, I don't, and really, somebody would have to answer this who is a kind of a draft college guy. What helps him more, going back to school or going to the G League?
Yeah, no, they actually do talk about that later on in that segment, and it's an interesting back and forth. I think it's kind of a matter of what you personally value, and I believe Mark Spears said that the scouts that he talked to, the same scouts that he references there, one of them said, no, I'll just view him as an old senior at that point. Mm-hmm. And one said, yes, I think it'll help, but he's also got to reach certain checkpoints. Like, yes, it would help, but he's got to be great. At some point, he's got to be great to like, or good, be one of the best 2 to 3 players on his team in order for it to make sense to draft one of the older guys.
And you know what I saw, Chris, and this is from, I guess, this is from the deep streets, and I'm talking, the deep streets of social media here. And I don't know if you've heard anything like this, but I'm also hearing that it's not going to get better for the James family. What I'm hearing is that all this smoke around Bryce being, oh, well, Bryce really has a chance. All I'm hearing is people saying that because he's taller. I read something yesterday, and it was the first time I read it. I read something yesterday that said that Bryce is actually behind where Bronny was at that age. And that was the first time because I just kept hearing, and I think we saw Stephen A say it, there's this idea that Bryce is better.
Sure.
This person who was more into high school, or so it seemed, take it with a grain of salt if you want.
Yeah.
But this idea that, no, Bryce is the one, people just say that because he's already 6'5".
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that very well could be the case. I think he's got a shot. I mean, you heard Mark Spears say it. A big problem with Bronny is his height. So I think, when you have height, it's just you're able to forgive a little bit more. I mean, I'm not saying Bronny's going to be the better prospect or anything. I just, I still think Bronny's got just as good of a chance as Bryce does. Or I should say the other way around. I think Bryce has just as good of a chance as Bronny does. Because I think it's just the reality of the situation. When your name LeBron, or when your last name is James, I guess in this case, and you're related to LeBron, you're going to get a lot of eyes on you, I think, regardless of whether or not you're right now an NBA talent or not.
And that leads us to Kendrick Perkins and what he had to say on the matter. And we will play that for you and react. Get your calls, your texts, your Sack Chat when we return. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
My father was a career United States Air Force pilot, and Memorial Day is a reminder of all he and so many others did for our country. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Right now at the annual Memorial Day sale, everything in the store is on sale. Everything. You'll save 10 to 25% on all living rooms, to sofas, to sectionals, to dining rooms, to bedrooms, to home offices, and so much more. Everything is on sale right now at Naturewood Home Furnishings Memorial Day sale. Whether you're looking to lighten the mood in your living room, brighten up your bedroom, or tighten up your home office. It's all available for you at savings from 10 to 25% at Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop the area's best selection of quality furniture at Naturewood Home Furnishing, off Highway 50 in Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Okay, we've got an hour to clean both cars. Grab the buckets. Cool. I picked up some 303. Their aerospace protectant is awesome, so we're going to try some of their other stuff. Grab me that bottle of wash.
Whoa, that smells amazing.
Yeah, that citrus is nice. Okay, now hand me the hose.
Hey!
I don't see a bucket yet.
303 Car Care, driven by quality. Available at most auto retailers and Amazon.
Save big this Memorial Day at Lowe's. Right now, save on 1.5-gallon annual hanging baskets. Get 2 for just $20. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off. Select interior and exterior paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 5/29. Hanging baskets in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/rebates for details. While supplies last.
Boss or life won't let you off early? No worries. Country in the Park is Friday evening, and it's full of music and fun. Say no to adulting or the same old Friday. Enjoying the fun. Go to CITPFest.com. That's CITPFest.com for tickets and more info.
Hi, everyone. It's Emran Pilati, host of the True Sports Card Show here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday at 10 a.m. Would you like a chance to meet Ricky Henderson, Dennis Rodman, Johnny Manziel, Randy Johnson, Frank Thomas, Vlad Guerrero Sr., Dave Stewart, and our favorite Malik Monk, and meet over 90 sports card dealers all in one weekend? This is your chance to do it on May 17th through the 19th at the Roseville Fairgrounds at the Sacramento Autograph Expo. You can get all the information about the show on our website at sacautograph.expo.com. That's sacautograph.expo.com.
Sacramento sports fans, get ready to amp up your summer with the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. We've got a lineup that's awesome. First up on May 24th, don't miss Tribal Seeds as they bring their reggae beats to Ace of Spades, presented by Live Nation. And mark your calendar for June 8th when NF takes the stage at the Golden One Center. Visit livenation.com for tickets and get ready for a killer high-energy show. Don't miss music legends Daryl Hall and Elvis Costello with the Imposters on June 12th, and NSYNC and Backstreet artists Joey Fatone and AJ McLean on June 22nd. 2 great shows coming in June to Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Then looking ahead to August 4th, get ready for the Outlaw Music Festival at the Toyota Amphitheater, presented by Live Nation. The Sacktown Sports live events calendar, your ultimate playbook for the best shows and events in town. Stay tuned to Sacktown Sports for exclusive updates and your chance to win tickets.
Vapes and cigarettes are responsible for the excessive amount of secondhand smoke in California.
From our sidewalks to our parks, restaurants, offices, and work sites, over half of Californians are at risk of being exposed to thousands of toxic chemicals.
Go to secondhanddangers.org for an action plan to protect yourself and your family from toxic harm that could last a lifetime.
Because even outdoors, there's no such thing as safe secondhand smoke.
Sponsored by Breathe California, Sacramento region.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
One more hour till the weekend. And we always know that it's 1 o'clock when the air kicks in. There's some timer here. And you know what? Why don't we just stop the timer? Because Dave's not even here at 1.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't touch it because I feel like it's cold to keep the equipment cold. But that's just a
Nate
wild
shook
assumption.
his head. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, these servers in this room, I know you have similar ones in there,
Right.
get so hot they have to be at a certain operating.
So I've been blaming
temperature.
Dave this whole time.
No. It's not that. I mean,
I don't think it has to be this cold.
Yeah.
Definitely.
To be completely honest with you,
start shivering at the top of every hour.
What happened with me is at my last spot, their thermometer was very finicky.
Mm-hmm.
And if you touched it, it would essentially break, and then people would have to come in to fix it. And as a fill-in, you get blamed for everything.
Yeah, right.
Because they could say,
Yeah,
well,
he
you were
didn't
on the
know,
schedule and blah, 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 blah. So I got accused of touching it and breaking it, and I never did. And I still will just never. I don't even touch them at home. My wife has to touch them because I'm literally traumatized. So I'd rather just freeze. And I've been running warm all day ever since that walk with my swag on. I had to take the swag off, but yeah, it's been something else. And it doesn't look like Bronny has had the same amount of swag that he has had previously to the draft. And it's very funny, Chris, because he tested really well. Mm-hmm. It feels like something went awry during the scrimmages, doesn't it? Because after day one, 40-inch vert, he's making all these threes. Once he played other dudes, it feels like things kind of went in the direction that I guess people thought it was going to go in. Because after day one, all the talk was, wow, Bronny, this athlete. And then we just played what Mark Spears had to say prior to the break and how these scouts called him a poor man's Davion Mitchell. It feels like these scrimmages happened or something happened where these scouts said, this ain't it.
Yeah, I think it was just the first day. After the first day of scrimmages, everyone kind of was quick, including me, was quick to kind of pile on him. And then actually the second day he played pretty well. I think he had 13 points in his second game. So that's kind of where you've seen the resurgence. And now, Jonathan Gavoni yesterday, who we've mentioned, he runs Draft Express at ESPN. He came on the program or on ESPN and said he's now moved Bronny from 96 on the big board to, I think he's like 54 or something. So, I mean, it feels like that first day really did a lot of damage after, like you mentioned, he was 19 of 25 on shooting drills and all that. And then after everyone saw him in real time, it was kind of okay, let's quick to douse this fire. And then he had a good game yesterday, and they're not going to bring the same energy for that.
All right, let's hear from Kendrick Perkins and Ramona Shelburne as they go back and forth a little bit on all the Bronny talk and whether or not, I guess you could say, it's fair or foul.
It is. We have to stop. We have to stop. As the media and everybody else shining the light on Bronny, because it's other players that are deserve our attention, right? The lottery guys, the guys that are actually going to get drafted in the first round. Like, we're talking about a guy, a young man that's possibly going to go late second round or not getting drafted at all. I've never, in my 4 years of working here, I've never sat on the table where we're talking about a second round pick.
But this is LeBron James' son, and that is a legitimate storyline that one of the greatest of all time has a son trying to play in the NBA at the same time.
And you have to give Bronny credit for actually trying to say the right thing, showing up in the right places. And at the end of the day,
and by the way, I like seeing LeBron in the stands as a proud dad. I like that. That's a great example for fatherhood.
The number one scorer in NBA.
What does that have to do with his son being at the draft?
Scottie Pippen's kid was playing on the Lakers.
We didn't shine the light on Scottie Pippen's son like this. We can't move the goalposts and feel like we go do it when it's convenient for us.
When we say Nepo baby, that means that you have the same career, parents to child. And so for those
somebody's a Hollywood producer, their son or daughter gets a job.
But if he has the same dreams and he does get a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. But can we talk about this, y'all? This is a guy who's given his life to the game, LeBron James. And if the byproduct is that Bronny gets a little bit of a nod, maybe that's okay.
So that was Chide Ogumbuke hopping in there as well. And what do we talk? I mean, I don't mind having conversations about Bronny, but as much heat as Thanasis gets for being Giannis's brother, come on, man. Bronny is some version of a Nepo baby.
Oh, yeah.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, and the reason why, Chine explains what a Nepo baby is because maybe like a minute before that conversation happens, Ramona Shelburne, direct quote, says, Bronny is not a Nepo baby. This is not a Nepo baby situation. He's an NBA player.
And then Chine explains that, and it sounds just like Bronny.
Yes, exactly. a nepo baby is when your parent has a job and then you get the job in the same field because your parent was in that field. And it's like, that kind of sounds like exactly what we're talking about here. So Ramona's going to have to explain herself on that one. And she was kind of, I don't mean to pile on Ramona here, but like she was definitely on Team Braun there, and she's an LA reporter. So, we know that sometimes in the media game there's some stuff. Yeah. That was a very weird comment. That was a very weird
It's
comment.
good for father. What? Huh? We're talking about, and she's not wrong, but what does it have to do with the NBA draft?
Yeah, I will say Perk is also right, too, in the sense of why are we giving Bronny this? Not why. I shouldn't say why, because I think Chene and Ramona's argument of this is the greatest scorer of all time is having a child that might enter the league that's going to get talked about. But it is interesting to me that, Perk literally brings up Scottie Pippen Jr. They went to the same school as Bronny did, Sierra Canyon. Not only that, they had Kenyon Martin Jr. on the same team. They had Cassius Stanley, who was a really big prospect who ended up going to Duke and didn't feel like they got nearly as much hype. And Scottie Pippen had a really good career, I think at Purdue or something like that. It might have been Vanderbilt. Not a peep from there. So I do think that there is.
But Ramona brought up Scottie. That was what was weird. Ramona actually brought up Scottie Pippen Jr. first.
Yeah.
And then Perk was like, we didn't talk about him. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I don't agree with Ramona in that conversation. I just think that I think Perk's got a point, though. It is a lot of talk about a second round pick, especially. It'd be one thing if this is a secondary topic, if we are talking about lottery players, but also talking about Bronny, because it still is a story of a draft. But to Perk's point, like they're not talking about lottery players. I guess that's kind of because they're ESPN and they have to focus more on the macro instead of the micro. But
yeah, I just thought it was, I thought it was great to have Perk kind of break away from what the script was. And, obviously we do this show and I can only imagine how many producers and executive producers they have for that show.
And I can't imagine how Perk is never in those meetings either.
Right. Hey, we probably shouldn't talk about that, Perk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Perk just doesn't care.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's a situation where everybody behind the camera is like, brother, like you can't say like, why are we talking? This is a stupid topic that we're talking about.
You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, don't trash on your own segment in the middle of it. Yeah, that's I would imagine that, I think it's good. I enjoyed it. You enjoyed it from the viewer standpoint, but definitely is one of those things, to your point, where, you kind of break the fourth wall and internally it's not great. I just can't imagine that.
Did he have to talk to anybody after the show?
I don't think so. I think he is so far past that. I think I think he operates on his own.
I think they probably said
they
no, not on the show. A producer said, "Hey, Perk, can we chat to you for a second?"
I'm saying Chene probably talked to Perk because she's been hosting the show recently.
Yeah, say, "Hey, Perk."
Yeah, hey.
That we can't friendly fire ourselves.
Yeah.
And what if Perk said, "I'm here to be real"?
Exactly, which is probably what he said, and he's also not wrong.
Yeah,
I think that is why he's there. And I do think it's a good point. I very, very rarely agree with Perk, but I do think it is a bit much. We talked about it when they had it on the combine. It was a split screen of Bronny and LeBron, and it's like, I get it, but it doesn't have to be the only thing talked about. It's kind of one of those things where you would like them to. And, this would be ESPN trying to be a great media outlet, but you would like them to use the eyeballs that Bronny brings to then highlight others as well, but they just choose to hyper-focus on Bronny.
Well, and let's not, I guess, bury the lead here. Part of the reason they were focusing on Bronny was because of this supposed connection that LeBron will just go anywhere that Bronny goes, but now it feels like if that's not a part of this anymore, then there's no need to talk about Bronny.
Totally.
Any more than you talk about any other. So they're not even talking about low round one anymore, right? That's done.
Depends who you ask. I saw 32 the other. I heard that. I have no idea. I've heard high second round pick now, but I don't know how much I believe in any of it.
But if it's not connected to Braun, if something comes out that I'm not going wherever he's going, then I think I'm already in Perk's camp. You're already talking about him too much. But at least now you can hide behind, hey, well, we're talking about this because it's basically
it ties
a package
into LeBron's
deal.
free agency.
And this is what I had said from a couple days ago. If this man is in the G League, when are they actually going to play together?
Right. Yeah. Some point during
And
the year, I guess.
Would it look funny if it's
interesting that
10 seconds?
It's interesting that I think Mark Spears said like Clutch wouldn't want Bronny to be a two-way player. They're not even looking for G League. Like everybody, not just us, because we played the other day. 100%. We played the other day that sound of someone saying, yeah, he's going to bring all this G League merchandise and all these ticket sales to G League. From what Mark Spears said in that segment, it doesn't sound like that's what Clutch wants. It doesn't sound like Clutch wants Bronny to be a two-way player. They want Bronny sitting on the end of the bench and playing with the big club. This is like it's just crazy. Like, I mean, if LeVar Ball did this, people would be losing their minds. And I understand LeVar Ball is not LeBron James, and LeBron James has significantly more pull. But at some point, it's like LeBron's got to relax here.
Yeah.
Because he's tripping if he thinks that we don't know that he's pulling the strings.
Coming up next, we're going to have a little fun with Fair or Foul and a new video game, or I guess not a new video game, but new version of a video game that everybody has loved. I know Chris is excited for that. Then at 1:30, Chris is leading us doing his best Jason Ross impression. As Chris leads us through a nice game where we compare NFL, NBA, and MLB team equivalents. That's all coming up. Your calls, your texts, your Sack Chat, as always. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, a first major league win is always special, especially for someone who's paid his dues. Joey Estes, acquired by the A's in the Matt Olson trade, handful of innings in the big leagues for the Athletics a year ago, made his first start this year in Seattle. 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 5 years after he was drafted by Atlanta.
Want more speed? Well, Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Click, call, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
All right, it's time for Fair or Foul, and it's Friday, so I've already been doing a bit of a Carmichael Dave impression. We're going to keep it rolling here, and I need help on this one. Bad.
We're here for you.
Okay. This one is all about ride share etiquette.
Oh, man. This is funny because we've been in several ride shares together.
That's true.
No etiquette.
That's true. And really, the etiquette, when I say etiquette, I guess I'm more so talking about how should you handle things if it's gone a little squirrely, okay? And what your line is for either tipping somebody or leaving a note, something like that, right? So we went to Hard Rock for the Bryson Tiller show, and Nate was cracking up because we did take an Uber all the way there because we wanted to enjoy ourselves.
From the NATO to Fire Mountain.
That's right. And there's no mountain, by the way. Where's the mountain?
No mountain. It's not even close to Sacramento. It's an hour out from the city.
It's Wheatland.
God, I hope they're not our sponsor.
They will be after this. I had a great
closer.
time.
It's closer than.
It's a wonderful venue.
No, it's a great venue, and the food was outstanding. This is not about them. It's about the way there. So first things first, the car pulls up, and a lot of these, and I'm not good with. I'm not good with years per se with cars, but I know your car is supposed to be not older than a certain model.
I think it's like
right?
2014 or something.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure
this was still in the line.
Don't most cars have screens if they're 2014?
Yes, yeah, I would think so.
Most
Mine's
do.
2013, and it has a basic screen.
I'm just using this as a barometer.
Okay,
so you get in, no screen.
Okay,
no
to
screen.
your Uber.
Into the Uber, no screen. And I'm just looking at the car. I'm like, man, I don't know what the line is, but we're certainly close. And it's a 40-minute drive.
Right.
So I'm just like, great, outstanding. When I'm down the street, it's a Tesla. When we got to go here, it's an older car. So you get in the car.
Well, think about the drive they have to make. So
there you go. Well, we get in the car. He immediately smokes a stop sign. Right out. Right out. He smokes a stop sign, missed it. Okay. Moving forward, we get on the freeway. Everything is fine. And then it's the turnoff for Marysville. And he's cooking. And, I don't really want to say anything. And
you're calling your life insurance agent.
I'm just sitting there, and we're sitting in the back seat like, we're getting closer here. And he kind of has to, you know what I mean? Like, we didn't.
Like, he almost
spin
misses
out.
the exit.
Yes, but because it was a turn off, right? So it's a turn off for Marysville. After the turn off, what do you do if you ever mess up or something like that on this show or whatever it is? You keep talking. You want to power through. So he was not talking to us. As soon as that happened, he starts telling us a story about how, I've been in Marysville before. It was a long time ago, 17 years, whatever it was, because to like kind of, take us away from the fact that
Fast and Furious 5.
Come on, man. We just Tokyo drifted. What are we doing here? So then after that, it was fairly chill.
Mm-hmm.
So then you get out the car, and I'm thinking,
as quick as possible.
It wasn't a great ride. I don't want to cost this guy, money, whatever it is you're supposed to tip, however that goes. Should I tip a little bit less, leave 4 stars? Are you guys that just leave 5 stars unless it's atrocious? Yeah. What would you do in that situation where it was not great, but not awful? I've had worse.
$2 tip, 5 stars. That's it. You leave it for someone else who else gets upset. Someone who wants to make a big deal about it, let them do it. That's how I roll.
$2 tip sounds crazy for a 40-minute drive.
Yeah, but he's still getting paid for it.
But we almost died.
Crud.
Yeah, no, I mean, I will also say just in general, like, I'm not the biggest fan of Uber in general. Like, I kind of think that when you get into an Uber, you're kind of playing, I don't want to say Russian roulette, but I mean, you're kind of spinning the wheel a little bit, and it might land on crazy driver.
We went snorkeling in Vegas in our Uber. Remember that?
That's right.
Oh my
we drove
God,
through
I
this,
forgot
like,
about that.
No joke.
But that guy was awesome.
10 inches. He was jacked, and he's just throwing our luggage in the car.
Yeah, like the biggest Escalade
He actually
you can
picked
buy.
me up and threw me in too.
We drove through 10-inch puddle,
It was-
maybe,
for no reason.
and he's just like, check this out.
Yeah, literally. He was like, this thing's a beast.
Yeah.
So Nate says he just powers through. Chris, what would you have done?
I probably would have just not been happy. I would have probably given. I might have given him 3 stars because. Well, so in reality, it was just. I don't want to say just, but just to condense what was wrong with the ride. He blew through the stop. It was a very abrupt exit.
A couple late breaks. A couple late breaks that were just enough
Alan's taking note.
Just enough to make a bead, one bead of sweat.
Yeah, no, I know
wanted to get out of the. I really wanted to get out of the car.
I think if that's how you felt it, because I've been there before for sure. I would say, you probably just maybe switch over to Lyft next time. It's one of those where you note taken and. You just kind of, it's too late at that point. I just think you kind of chuck up the L and say, it might be a while before I hop in a Lyft again.
I think the only issue I have with your thing, Chris, is the 3 stars affects their livelihood. Maybe he's having a bad day. It affected you. I think the 5 stars is more important. That's why I'm giving him the crappy tip, the $2
Okay.
tip. Because the 5 star, anything less than 5 is failure. in all these apps and everything.
You know, you have your own. You know that you have your own.
We all shared. Remember, I was like a 4.97 or something. I was like, who gave me a 4-star?
I probably
I'm
dropped.
on good behavior.
Honestly. I probably dropped.
I don't think I've taken an Uber or Lyft since Vegas.
I'm very conscious of my Airbnb rating because that one's scary.
Yeah, for sure.
Whenever I go somewhere with my friends, I'm like, dude,
don't mess this up.
This is the time it gets dropped.
Make sure all the towels are in the proper place.
There's so many rules for Airbnb.
Take the sheets off the bed and everything. And
Mop
it's like,
the house.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Why do I have to do all that?
My rating is a 5 on Lyft. I have a 5-star rating on Lyft.
Do you think that they would give you a bad rating if you didn't tip great?
They don't know.
Because I have a 4.81.
Here's some insight, bro.
On Uber?
I drove Lyft for a week, and you don't know till way after.
Really, in terms of tip?
For like a while, yeah.
And review?
Yeah, the tip. First of all, doing it for that long wasn't very long. I got almost nothing. Like, people just don't tip because they're not. You know how everywhere you go now, it asks you to tip, and they turn around the monitor and they go, "Quick question for you.
Right.
You want to tip 20%?"
Oh,
on
those
your,
memes crack me up.
Yeah, on your Dutch Bros or whatever.
Right.
It's so silly, but on Lyft you can just get away. Like, it's a faceless crime. Like,
that's
see
true.
You. They don't know. So
I have a 5-star on both Lyft and Uber. So
congrats, man.
I think mine is old, man.
Oh, I got a 5 on Lyft. 149 rides.
I think mine needs updating.
We gotta check the
What
Uber.
did you do? What did you do? It's like a 4.8. Like, somebody gave you a 3.
Yeah.
No.
You don't drop a whole. How many? If you have 100 rides and every single person is giving you a 5.
How many rides do you have?
I have. Let's see here. I had.
How do you even see how many rides?
You just
have?
go
Lyft has it like right
you go
up
to your
there.
Your
Uber,
you go
I'm
to your profile.
Uber, I'm a 4.98. So
Yeah.
I definitely got a 4-star somewhere.
Yeah.
I was probably on bad behavior.
I got a 5. I can't see on Uber how many rides
you can't
I
see
have,
how many.
but on Lyft it'll tell you exactly how many lifts you've done.
Why do you do Uber instead of Lyft? Lyft is cheaper.
I do
isn't it?
Lyft. Yeah, I know.
I do either
Lyft.
one.
On Lyft, I have 76 rides and a 5-star rating.
Let's see.
Alan clearly got a couple 3s, or maybe just what is a 4?
It's
also
crazy.
What's like a good, not great rider?
I don't even have.
You're so personable, Alan.
What is it? Ride?
Maybe a little check.
What is it? Ride history?
Okay, yeah.
No, you just go to profile.
Oh, I got a 5 on. I have 517 rides on Lyft, and I have a 5-star
Dang,
rating.
fool! Where are you?
Wow.
Almost 550. I have 76.
I mean, I've had it for.
I've
had it for 9 years.
Yeah.
Dang, you've
I've
had
had
it
it for
that
8.
long?
That's what I'm saying. This Uber
Yeah,
thing.
I've had it for 8.
This Uber thing was from when I was a completely different person.
Could have been. Could have been.
This one person.
Yeah. Maybe your star rating affects your driver rating as well. Maybe all the 5-star drivers are like,
You see
I
that
don't know if
rating?
I'm
Yeah.
gonna pick him up.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Yep.
When we were in Vegas, I was messing with the Uber drivers a little bit, but they didn't know that. So I was still getting good ratings.
I didn't know you were messing with him.
either.
I thought you were just having a friendly conversation. I didn't want to be a part of.
One of them, I told him we were ushers for the halftime performance.
Yeah, you sure
his
did.
background, like dancers or something. I don't know.
I think you said we were like equipment crew or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I find
Emil
myself
did not like that.
I am the least talkative. Yeah, I got to be in the mood.
Oh, I'm a mute.
I got to be in the mood, and I wasn't in the mood. But luckily, Nate was in the mood
Well,
the whole time.
What you said when we got there, you're like, well, when you're in the mood, the driver's not in the mood. And when you're not in the mood, the driver is in the mood. And that happened to me one morning. I had to get there super early for the show. And this lady, the second I get in, starts yapping. But she had a nice little dog. So I got to hold
In the car?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I'm out.
What is that? Is that a 3? Is that like an automatic?
The dog was cool.
Even if
it made me happy. Yeah.
Maybe that's what happened to me. Somebody had a dog.
Yeah.
And you were like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
What are we doing here? Okay.
I know we got to get
is this
to it.
Uber or is it WAG?
No,
What's happening?
I had a story where I was coming back in the Bay, over the Bay Bridge, and the guy, something lit up on his car. It broke down in
like
Oakland.
a check engine light, you mean?
Yes, it broke down, and I'm not kidding. It broke down in Oakland, And I said, brother, what are we doing here? He said, you got to get out the car. He kicked me out the car. And here's the worst part. He kicked me out the car. And, they don't care if you cancel in those situations. He kicked me out the car. And I just said, okay, so I'm just by a random bus stop in Oakland. I call another Uber. Luckily, one shows up. He drove about 200 feet further down to the gas station.
Oh, he ran out of gas?
No, but I'm just saying you couldn't have just kept me in the car until the gas station.
Yeah. Nah, get out.
And he probably gave me the 3. All right. Coming up next, Chris has a fun game for us where we compare NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball teams. That's coming up next. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. For the afternoon, sunshine and light southwest winds. Highs today will peak in the low to mid 80s with overnight lows dropping back to the mid 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down in a heartbeat. So remember to be a little more alert on the road and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
We see a lot of news about teens vaping, but teens see something else. Videos on social media that glamorize it and downplay the dangers of nicotine. How can parents talk so kids will listen? Use facts. 1. Nicotine can rewire teens' brains. 2. It can make teens more anxious. 3. Changes to the brain can be permanent. So even when it hides behind a new look, nicotine is brain poison. Go to undo.org for more.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Elevate your golf game at Timber Creek Golf Course in Roseville. Just named to the prestigious Golfer's Choice 2024 Top 25 Public Golf Courses in all of California by Golf Pass. Timber Creek offers an unparalleled experience. Our revamped practice facility features a grass driving range, expanded putting greens, and a chipping area complete with sand traps. Whether you're a pro or just starting your golf journey, Timber Creek is the place to be. Visit us and discover why we're the talk of Sacramento and beyond. Unwind and tee off at Timber Creek Golf Course.
It's Kyle Draper here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I've been rolling the past few months in my new Mercedes EQS electric SUV. My EQS is without a doubt the best looking fully electric SUV on the road. Friends tell me it's got the most stunning interior of any car they've ever ridden in. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. They have redefined what top-notch customer service feels like. They are simply the best. A half hour from SAC, a short drive off the I-5 right at the 8 Mile Road exit. It's the best car buying experience you'll ever have, and it's always online at mbofstockton.com.
My part-time service in the Army National Guard makes it possible for me to be more for the community I call home. My training helps me at work when I lead by example. My service in the Army National Guard allows me to keep my community and those I care about safe from threats. Learn more about how you too can live and serve part-time close to home by visiting nationalguard.com.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard, aired by the California Broadcasters Association and this station.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-934-9217. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary.
I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-934-9217 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217. 800-934-9217.
Hagen Oaks Demo Days is in the home stretch, and this is your last chance to register for an individual fitting appointment with the manufacturer's fitting staff from Ping, TaylorMade, Mizuno, Callaway, Cleveland, Strixon, and Zexio. You've waited many long months for the new golf season, and Hagen Oaks has your new golf gear right now. Book your individual Hagen Oaks Demo Days fitting appointment. Call 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for your personal fitting. Hagen Oaks, Fulton Avenue at Cap City Freeway or hagenoaks.com.
Boss or life won't let you off early? No worries. Country in the Park is Friday evening, and it's full of music and fun. Say no to adulting or the same old Friday. Enjoying the fun. Go to CITPfest.com. That's CITPfest.com for tickets and more info.
at 916-339-1140.
We want to get to as many combinations as possible. So without further ado, we have guest Kyle Ledbetter joining us as well.
You just forget his name.
It's you two L's. You know what? And I'll go back to the curtain right now. Every time I say joined by Nate Littlefield, I'm just saying don't say Nate Ledbetter.
Yeah.
Wow. Dave's called us Kyle Goodyear and Nate Madsen before too.
That's really bad.
Wow. There's some stuff, that I've been mistaken by people here before too for critical things, and it really hurts, Sometimes they mix up names and it's just hard.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. Well, hopefully we don't mix up these names. Without further ado.
What is your livelihood?
Okay. Chris Watkins.
Yes.
Please take us home.
Yes, this is something that really got me excited. The second I saw it, I was like, there is something here that we can do. And I think this is I'm hoping this is a good thing that we decided to turn this into. Earlier this week, this sports account, I've never heard of them before, Brooksgate, ended up doing this really, really cool thing where they took MLB, NBA, and NFL teams and essentially grouped them together based off of their winning percentage the last 10 seasons. So I don't really want to use an example because that'll ruin the game, but essentially it's, hey, when I say the Sacramento Kings, who is the baseball equivalent of the Sacramento Kings, is it's the spirit of the game, essentially. And, obviously it's going to be tough to nail it. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of grace, and we're going to try and nail it within 3 spots of the location. So I will give you a point if you can get within, let's say the Kings, they're not this obviously, but let's say the Kings are 3 on this list, as in having the 3rd best win percentage over the past 10 years. And they're grouped with the Minnesota Twins. I don't know.
Right.
The goal is for me to ask, okay, Sacramento Kings, you will either say Minnesota Twins, you will tell me number 3, you will, or give me the football equivalent. Does everybody understand the game?
Yep, I'm on board.
Cool.
Yep.
Awesome. So why not? Let's just start with the Sacramento Kings. Sacramento Kings, your Sacramento Kings. Again, this is based off of winning percentage the last 10 years, and I will get everybody's answer, and then I will tell you all whether you're right or not. You can double up, and if Alan says number, you can say number. If somebody says, whatever, Kansas City Chiefs, I think I agree with it. Totally within good. And then, like I said, we're going to do it within 2 or 3. I'll see how close you guys get. Sure, why not? Yeah.
So I need an NFL team or an MLB team that has a similar winning record to the Sacramento Kings.
Yes.
Okay, so just one or both?
Just give me one.
I'm going to say Detroit Lions.
Okay, Nate is putting the Detroit Lions as a team similar to the Sacramento Kings over 10 years. Anybody else? Not all at once?
I 100% agree with Nate on Detroit Lions.
Okay, Kyle is going Detroit Lions.
I kind of have an MLB one too.
Alan, would you can go NFL? I think I will not allow the same sport.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to go with. I'm looking around, man.
You can either give me the number that you believe the Kings are within. You can give me the baseball equivalent or the football equivalent of the Sacramento Kings.
I'm going to go. I'm just going to be the one that goes baseball. And I'm going to go with the Nationals.
You're going to go with the Washington Nationals. And I will tell you that none of you are correct. You are all wrong. The Sacramento Kings were placed at 26.
Pretty bad.
And matched up with the Kings over the past 10 years. And I'm not going to tell you where your guesses fall just in case it ends up ruining future rounds. But the Sacramento Kings are grouped with the Carolina Panthers and the Kansas City Royals.
See, I got rid of the Royals because of the World Series.
I
but
did the
guess
same thing.
That was their
It's
only
10
good
years.
season.
It's over the last 10 years.
They had
Yeah.
2 good seasons,
Yeah.
but yeah.
It all screwed out.
My thought process was literally AL Central. It's definitely an AL Central.
Yeah, I thought the Tigers were too bad.
Yes, you guys are not within 3.
Mm-hmm. I thought Orioles could have been in.
Yeah.
Wow.
I really thought Baltimore.
Orioles made the playoffs a couple times.
Yeah,
Right.
But if the Royals made the title, I just whatever.
All right, well, I'll go with the one that you guys picked the most. Let's go with the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions, where do they rank? Who is the who is the MLB equivalent? Who is the NBA equivalent over the past 10 seasons as the Detroit Lions? The Detroit Football Lions.
Say they rank 29th in the NFL.
Okay, Nate's saying 29th for the Lions.
I feel
Anybody
like
else?
Jacksonville's worse.
Yeah, how does that work with 32 NFL teams?
There are 2 teams that are separated in quote a league of their own. As the NFL has 32 teams.
NFL bad Raiders.
Yeah.
I
don't know if I should reveal who those 2 teams are. League of their own. I don't think.
Yeah,
I
wait.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll go 25.
Okay. Kyle says 25, and Alan.
Nate, you said 27.
I said 28.
He said 29
or 20. Whoops.
Okay.
But you can also give an equivalent,
You
right?
could also-
you can
yep.
give an
The equivalents are more fun for me. I'm actually going to go with, and I hope I'm not cheating. I have up the team. I have up MLB and NBA team.
You need a new pen, Chris?
Fine-ish. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
I'm going to here, Chris.
Thank you. Alan has a pen. Thank you.
I'm going to go with the Detroit Lions.
Mhm.
I'm actually going to go with, funny enough, because I'm thinking, the championship or whatever.
Just give us an answer, Alan.
Okay, I'm going with the Toronto Raptors.
Toronto Raptors.
They
He's
were
going
good
with the
for so
6.
long.
Yeah, that's a terrible
No,
guess.
I meant to go.
Everybody is wrong. The Detroit Lions were ranked number 21 on this list. Kyle was very close at 25. You were also wrong, Alan. The Lions were 21 on this list. They were paired with the Chicago Bulls and the San Diego Padres.
I was gonna go Padres.
Go baseball every time.
I need to start guessing
Go
baseball
baseball.
because I said it's either the Padres or the Rockies in my
go
head.
baseball.
I need to go baseball.
Okay. We will go with, this is an interesting one. The Buffalo Bills. Where do we
Yeah, this
think
is an
the
interesting
Buffalo Bills have ranked over the past 10 seasons?
Yeah.
Give me the number, the NBA equivalent, or the MLB equivalent of the Buffalo Bills.
Were they awful before
10
Josh?
years, huh?
They went like 17
they're
years without
bad.
the playoffs.
They had to be bad to get them.
They were bad.
I
They
have-
had a couple middling years, maybe
They've
one.
also had a couple really good years, too.
I know who they are. I got this one.
Go.
Go ahead, Al.
The Tampa Bay Rays.
Okay.
Oh.
I am not looking at the list right now, so all of my reactions are not telling of anything.
Honestly, the Rays might have had a little one too many playoff runs.
I think that's just off vibes.
Yeah.
They
Sounds
were
right to me.
batted for a while, though.
Kyle, can you go next?
Yeah, I got you.
I
So
can't.
Super raw prospect carrying team from obscurity. I'm going to go Milwaukee Bucks.
Ooh, that feels like another really, really good one.
I'm going to give
Nate?
a number.
Okay. I like it. We're covering the board.
18.
18. Wow. 18 for the Buffalo Bills. I will say here. Okay. Just
All
double
right.
checking here. Okay. And we do have one person receiving points. Did not get it correct.
But we're getting points.
Is
We're in the
receiving
ballpark.
points. We got the ball moving.
Horseshoes.
First off, they are not number 18.
Dang.
They are not number 18. They are number 8.
Whoa, really? 8?
The Milwaukee Bucks are not within 3.
That's okay.
Oh, no.
The NBA equivalent of the Bills is actually the Miami Heat.
Whoa.
Interesting.
The Tampa Bay Rays are within 3 at number 6 in terms of winning percentage over the past 10 years. The other equivalent of the Bills, this one's a little surprising to me, the Atlanta Braves.
How?
The Atlanta Braves over the past 10 seasons.
I guess that's only 2013. I guess
have the 8th highest win percentage.
Very different ways to get
in the
there.
MLB. Very, very different ways of getting there. Do we have time for one more?
Yeah, one more. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. But I think we all got to do what we did last time. One MLB, one NFL, one number.
Sure.
Do what you want.
We'll go with the San Francisco Giants.
Okay, thank God.
The San Francisco baseball Giants. The Los Gigantes, if you will.
Well,
Kyle's got to go first. I don't think he's going
NFL,
first.
NBA equivalent.
Don't forget
Or what
10 years.
Number in terms of win
Their
percentage.
last
are they?
win was 14,
Yep.
correct?
14.
So that's the only one that got in.
And
That's
it's
a
not
good
like their
point.
records were amazing, right?
No.
108. They won 108 one year.
NFL, I'm going to go New York Giants.
Okay. Who? Okay, I like it. I like the synchronicity there. I don't know if that's
Yeah, like a
word.
decade of irrelevance with like one good season mixed in.
Alan, do you want a number or NBA team?
I got NBA team.
Okay, I'm the number guy then.
Number guy.
This is tough. I'm going middle of the pack yet again. 16.
16 for
No
Nate.
clue.
Okay, Alan, your NBA guess.
I got this.
Okay,
Alan's feeling
he
it.
is really feeling
He's
it.
so hot.
Give me the Indiana Pacers.
I like it.
Going with the Indiana Pacers. I very much apologize. Everybody who wears headphones and listens to the show. Let's see here. Have we done? No, we have not. Let's see here. Okay. Oh boy.
Before we do who are the two NFL teams? Cleveland and Jacksonville? The two left off?
The
third?
two left off are the New York Jets and the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Okay. All right.
The San Francisco Giants do fall within 3 of Nate's guess of 16. They are number 14 in terms of win percentage over the past 10 years. Nate nailed it. Nate gets a point there.
Come on, Alan, give me a shot.
The New York Football Giants, I will share this, are number 30 on this list.
Wow.
They
I was
apparently have had the worst win percentage over the last 10 years of any football team out there. And the Indiana Pacers, as Alan was so excited about, are number 13 on this list. Again, the Giants were 14. The Pacers are 13. So almost dead on.
Wow.
Alan Stiles pretty much got the NBA equivalent. The actual NBA equivalent was the Dallas Mavericks.
I thought they won too much.
They their
You don't need to be
football
mad.
team is the Giants. The Giants football team equivalent is the Miami Dolphins. Wasn't expecting that one.
The Dolphins have like the second longest playoff drought now. No, they have the longest playoff drought now.
The Dolphins?
Without
the
winning
playoffs?
a playoff game.
Oh, okay. Specify.
Yes.
But this is just normal winning percentage.
This is just normal winning percentage. I believe it might even just be regular season. Not 100% sure. But yes. So through one round, we have Alan Stiles with 2 points.
Let's
I believe.
go. I told
Nate
you.
with
2
1,
points.
and Kyle was 0. But I feel like there's a comeback of brewing.
Are we going to keep rolling?
I think so. We can do one more.
We'll do one
on
more.
The other side of the break.
Not
On the other side
now.
of the break.
We're doing it now. I'm kidding. We'll be right back. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
And a handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10, 5, touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% on your choice of any 6 or more interior 6-panel pre-hung slab or bifold doors. And there's more. Save 10% when you buy 1 pallet or more of select concrete mix. Visit us in-store or online for low prices on the materials you need. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Winter's gone, so there's no excuses for missing out on Sacramento's premier country festival, Country in the Park. It's this Friday and Saturday. Don't miss your chance to see
Brandon Gilbert, Dustin Letch, Jake Owen, Walker Hayes, Brian Kelly, Drew Baldridge, Brian Martin, Michael Ray,
Ingrid Andress, Priscilla Block,
Chase Matthews.
Tickets are only $46 per day. Buy your tickets now at CITPfest.com. That's CITPfest.com. Or take your chances at the gate. Brought to you by Junior Restaurant and Lounge, Gurnick Academy, and Fieldhouse American Sports Pub.
Vapes and cigarettes are responsible for the excessive amount of secondhand smoke in California.
From our sidewalks to our parks, restaurants, offices, and work sites, over half of Californians are at risk of being exposed to thousands of toxic chemicals.
Go to secondhanddangers.org for an action plan to protect yourself and your family from toxic harm that could last a lifetime.
Because even outdoors, there's no such thing as safe secondhand smoke.
Sponsored by Breathe California, Sacramento region.
My father was a career United States Air Force pilot, and Memorial Day is a reminder of all he and so many others did for our country. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Right now at the annual Memorial Day sale, everything in the store is on sale. Everything. You'll save 10 to 25% on all living rooms, to sofas, to sectionals, to dining rooms, to bedrooms, to home offices, and so much more. Everything is on sale right now at Naturewood Home Furnishings Memorial Day sale. Whether you're looking to lighten the mood in your living room, brighten up your bedroom, or tighten up your home office, it's all available for you at savings from 10 to 25% at Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop the area's best selection of quality furniture at Naturewood Home Furnishing, off Highway 50 in Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
The countdown to Miss Twin Peaks 2024 is on. Head over to MissTwinPeaks2024.com to learn about the contest and cast your 5 votes for your favorite Twin Peaks girl.
Maida Chevy saves you $12,000 off MSRP on every new half-ton Silverado LT 5.3 liter in stock after rebates. Always 5 to choose from.
Exclusive, all in-stock pricing at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details and 6324.
Live and local. Live and local. This is Sacktown Sports.
Nate keeps trying to tell us what to do. It's like,
Ridiculous.
Dude, it's a Friday.
It is a Friday. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Finally, no rain this weekend, so that'll be nice.
Don't jinx it.
If you have plans, if you don't have plans, hopefully you enjoy yourself. Sneak in your shout-outs and closeouts on the text line in the Sack Chat, and we will read them off as we also continue this game that I am dominating.
You are.
Right now.
Up by 1.
But I do have up the teams, so I don't know.
What? So you're cheating?
I just have up. I don't have up
a
like
list of
thing.
teams. Okay.
Yeah.
And their win-loss percentage in the last 10 years.
Exactly.
No, absolutely not.
All right.
Real quick.
Hey, now it's a Friday. It's fine.
Real Chris
before we
continue.
Chris, how excited are you for the college football 25?
It's like a 30. 30 out of 10 for sure.
Jeez.
I'm considering taking maybe a month off of work, possibly. I've been waiting for this game.
Wait, what?
Dave does it all the time.
Yeah, man. I
was nodding my head yes, and then I
time
remembered that we worked together.
You were like, yeah, that's dope. Seriously, that's so cool. I'm
Dude,
glad you like
treat
something
yourself.
that much.
Are they gonna have
go
mascot?
King, go.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely going to be all on that.
There's coach mode I saw. You can be a coach.
Coach
What
mode.
about mascot?
I'm sure they brought back.
I don't
the
know if they have that.
I'm
That
not
was one
buying
of
it
the
if they didn't
funnest
bring back
things.
mascot games.
So fun. So
You also
fun.
play 2K offline.
Yeah, don't
like
do
you got a weird.
Don't do that.
I don't even. Who, me?
Yeah, remember you first started working here. We got into a thing about it.
I don't
Whatever.
even play 2K.
All right, let's get back to this game then.
All right, this
guy's
is the last
unhinged.
one. This is honestly more so. I feel like
care.
we have to do this just because I was honestly shocked by this one the most.
Oh no.
The Oakland Athletics.
Okay.
The Oakland Athletics. Let's not forget that the A's
They
they like to roller coaster. They like to up down, and then
Chris
down.
is telling us don't go down.
When was that wild card game?
Well, 2014 they made the playoffs.
Yeah.
Kyle sounds so clear.
Yeah.
He's like coming through perfectly.
4K audio.
Yeah, no. The
All right.
Oakland Athletics. Give me the number that they fall at. Give me the NFL equivalent. Give me the NBA equivalent over the last 10 years for soon to be your Sacramento Athletics. Athletics of Vegas in Sacramento. Anybody? Not all at once.
I'm sorry, we were checking in with our drive guys here in the studio.
No.
That's fine. What's the team?
The A's.
Oakland A's.
The Oakland A's. The Oakland A's.
I guess I'm the number guy, right?
You can do whatever you want.
Let's just go.
Don't put yourself in a box.
Alex Smith, 11.
11. The Oakland A's at 11.
Because you said you're surprised.
I am.
So, yeah.
I am.
I got it.
That might have thrown me off.
No, I'm sorry. Okay, Alan is shimmying in the studio.
Give me
Too much confidence.
from when the beard was there.
Okay.
Give me the Houston Rockets.
Houston Rockets are the Oakland A's of basketball.
Remember when Sergio Romo was on the A's?
Barely.
Yeah.
Barely.
I'll go with Cincinnati Bengals.
Cincinnati Bengals. I do like that one.
Okay.
I
Was
think
Andy
Kyle-
Dalton? Was that 10 years ago?
Yes.
It was most definitely.
Yeah.
He's only been gone for like 5 years.
They make the playoffs like
That
every
rises.
year, just not win a game.
All right.
All right, and now we can reveal more of the stuff as well. Now that we're not doing the game further, the Oakland A's fall at number 19 on this list, so
okay.
not number 11 like Nate said. The Cincinnati Bengals actually fall at 15, so just out of range for Kyle Ledbetter.
Rigged.
The Houston Rockets, as Alan so wonderfully predicted, are right smack dab at number 12. So he got that one wrong too, meaning that Alan did win the game with 2 points.
You said 3, within 3.
Yeah, you were up by 7.
Were 12 and they were at 19.
Okay.
Dude, give us one more.
One more?
Yeah.
Quick.
Okay. How about this? How about, you know what? We'll go up top. Well, I guess
Wait, but
I can't
what were
say that.
the A's equivalent?
The A's, good. Thank you so much. The A's at 19 were the New Orleans Pelicans and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
The Pelicans even exist that long?
All right, one more quickly.
One more. We will do, let's do the NBA defending champ Denver Nuggets.
This is hard.
Over 10 years.
Was
the
Melo, was that
Denver
10 years
Nuggets-
ago?
No, it was not.
I'm gonna say the 49ers.
Ooh, that's probably one I should have done. Thank you, producer.
I got 7.
Where are the Niners in this list? Wow. You said 7, Kyle,
The Niners had some bad years.
you said the Niners, Nate, and Alan. You say for the Denver Nuggets.
I'm going to go with the Denver Nuggets.
Please.
The Phillies.
Philadelphia Phillies.
Shout out.
Let's see here. At number 6, the Denver Nuggets are the equivalent to, as Kyle said earlier, or as Alan said earlier, the Tampa Bay Rays and the Baltimore Ravens at number 6.
Okay.
So Kyle does get a point for saying number 7.
Oh, if I just said 6, I would have walked
Yeah,
off
you
a
would
winner.
have. That would have been a crazy walk-off. The Philadelphia Phillies fall on this list at number 18. So they are not anywhere near.
Stunk, dude.
This is actually crazy. I guess we will real quick again. Where do you guys think the Niners fell on this list? This is shocking.
I'm gonna say
actually.
9.
I would say this is equally as shocking as the A's being 19.
Okay, 9.
I'm going to say like 2 or 3 then.
Yankees.
They are number 16 on this list with the Minnesota Twins and the Memphis Grizzlies.
It's because they had multiple. They had it wasn't Chip Kelly was there for 1 year. They had
Chip
two
Kelly.
2-win seasons. Okay.
I will just real quick
Consula.
up top is the Dodgers, the Warriors, and the Chiefs. At number 2 is the Astros, Celtics, Patriots. At number 3 is the Yankees, Clippers, Steelers. Number 4 is the Guardians, Bucks, and Packers. And at number 5 is the Cardinals, Raptors, and the Seattle Seahawks.
Thank you to Nate Littlefield. Thank you for joining guest Kyle Ledbetter. Thank you to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Have a good weekend. Drive